Aussie, 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 angry, 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 Aussie, 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 angry, 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 angry.
Hello. Oh my god. Coconut my moustache. Making myself I don't know what I'd call this. Coconut frappe? It's nice though. Okay, good evening. It's Friday night. Traditionally a party night. So I got my cocoa nut going on. And Shieldsy, hello. Yes, your lockdown there in the Bris Vegas area. And yes, the panic buying of the toilet paper as soon as it was announced. I lose my faith in humanity all over again every time that happens, no matter what city it's in. If there's any little scare with COVID and whatnot, people go into maximum stupid mode and do the panic buying. When we've seen time and time again, there is no reason whatsoever to do that, but people do it every fucking time, and it's honestly depressing. And nobody, hello, greetings, salutations, for a fine Friday night. Don't always start Friday nights with a non-alcoholic bevy. Sometimes I go, it's Friday night, it's party night. Let's just fucking go hard from the start. But, you know, I don't know. For whatever reason, I'm going, with a gentle setup this evening. And we'll see where we go from there. You see I've got my cocktail making clothes on. So I do want to make cocktails tonight. Kind of made up my mind on two of them. And I need a third. So that can be a topic of discussion. What should I make for a third cocktail? Nobody joked today about people stripping the trees of their leaves after being unable to obtain toilet paper. That's the stage 2 panic. When the trees with the nice big leaves get ransacked. What a worry indeed. Yep, I just realized I've got that open. Yeah. And besides, it's Trump supporters are stupid day, as it has been every day since Trump announced he was running for president. It's that day every day. Today is also David Bowie's birthday, the recently deceased Bowie, and Elvis Presley's birthday, the long deceased Elvis Presley. And so there you go, rock and roll legends' birthdays. Should be live on my cocktail channel now. That's my Elvis cocktail, the Hunker Burnin' Love, inspired by his supposed love of peanut butter, banana, and bacon sandwiches. And hello, Zeppelin Imagineer. Looks like I'm drinking a big glass of milk. It's coconut milk. Or coconut milk and lemonade. Coconut milk on its own is a little bit rich to drink, even as is rather massively diluted. This is still a pretty rich drink, but I like it. Maybe it should have some bitters in it, actually. Which bitters though? Just good old Angostura? Maybe. Feel like Angostura. Celtic King, hello. Shieldsy, 10 days to your birthday. As you rock into your last year of your 30s. Nice. Stay young at heart, Shieldsy. That's the secret. All right. Oh, yeah, I think that's improved it. Got that aroma. Oh, yeah. Bitters makes everything better. Asterisk, probably not everything. But it's made that better. I'm quite happy with that. Yes, Shieldsy, too old for this shit. Yes. Yes. Doesn't bear thinking about. And then your joints and your back give out, and so. But stay young at heart. That's what I say. Young in the head, something like that. That's actually made a really big difference. It's given a much more interesting flavor. I liked the coconut by itself, but I just had this sort of brainwave. You know what needs it? It needs bitters, and it does. I just thought, I've got this homemade wine a friend gave me. It's enough. Oh God, I've forgotten what it's called. Red wine styles. Cab Sauv, Merlot, Zinfandel, Malbec, Sangiovese. White, red, rosé, dessert, sparkling. It's an aromatized wine. Oh God, fucking! This is gonna bug the shit out of me till I remember it. It's one of those things, when you get that thing and you know the answer and you can't think of it, and it just bugs the shit out of you. Have you ever had that thing where you spend ages trying to think of something and can't get there, and you kind of forget you were trying to think of it, and then a day later you suddenly exclaim, pomegranate, that's what I was thinking. And anyone around you is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Sorry, I was trying to think of pomegranate. Yes. No, nobody. I mean, I was making jokes about old age. Some people are surprised at how optimistic I am, but I am a big believer in life's what you make it. I mean, with a big asterisk, life regularly throws things in your path that make it very difficult to make a positive thing out of life. So I don't want to be too glib, but despite certain aspects of my internet persona, I'm actually really optimistic. Yes, Shieldsy, love the thing. That's the thing. Yep. Okay, so I think this is kind of like related to port, or possibly even vermouth, because I think he's flavored it. Can't think of it. Locust Trooper. Yeah, the shit in America is just funny. It's so fucking stupid. That's interesting. Nobody's Sammy J song. Perspective reminds us, soon be dead. Corpse will not care about all my shit. Yeah, but you still have to deal with day-to-day shit. Okay, that was gross. I assume that was one of my own hairs that just went in my mouth. Raiders, hello, good evening. and Aussie Gun Bunny. Evening to you. How have you been? Broadly, I've been well, and I'm here again, and I'm trying to remember the name of this kind of flavored red wine, and it will drive me crazy. Glee, sounding like a boomer. What part of it? Am I just being philosophical? I don't know. Get to a particular age, and if you're not being philosophical, you're probably just being depressed. So I'm gonna ask, just a second. Do you remember the name of that red wine that Philip brought us over? I told you it was like, it's like, it's not port, but it has a, I think it's muscat. Yeah. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Okay. For some reason, I thought Mrs. Angry would remember, and she did. It's muscat. Yeah. Oh, Glee, your son's getting married. I hope that's a good thing. And then we still have some sangria from New Year's Eve. Well, that shows restraint. Anyway, nobody. So just want to look up muscat. Huh. Excuse me. All right. I'm sure it's muscat. It's a grape variety. I'm going to ask Phil who sent it. So let me see if I can find what was the name of that wine you brought over? See if I get an answer to that. Oh, is it what happened to Albo? I heard that there was a car accident. He got hit by a P-plater. How's it going? Put up a post on Facebook. Bet our politicians loving the distraction Donald Trump's causing. Haven't heard shit about what our pollies are up to. Nothing good, basically. Of course, there was that national cabinet meeting yesterday. No, that was today. Fucking losing track of time. Today. So, yeah. And they had a couple things, like they're going to do rapid tests on everyone who wants to fly into Australia before they fly in. And if it returns a positive, they won't be allowed to fly into Australia, and neither will their close contacts if they were on that flight, which is a necessary step. Now, its big problem is that the rapid result tests are less accurate. I think they're more likely to return a false positive, but I'm happy to err on the side of caution myself. Raiders, did Morrison announce his devotion to Trump? No, just like a spineless little pig when the journos said, what do you think of the fuckery happening in America? He's going, oh, am I going to comment on what's happening in America? It's like, you gutless piece of shit. He is such fucking filth, that guy. he's just awful. He's had his nose so far up Trump's ass since he became PM that is just fucking embarrassing. Yeah, and just the absolute spinelessness of Morris. It doesn't surprise, but it's just because it's absolutely consistent. His spinelessness is absolutely consistent. How's it going, Eddie? You'll be back later. See you later, man. Savarol, I don't think Scummo has the guts to say anything negative about Biden, put it that way. So, yeah, he's a bit doing. Yeah, Glee, you are right. I think Morrison is basically the only world leader who hasn't condemned the shit went on. Yeah, right, is a good point. If Boris Johnson could castigate Trump, surely Morrison could. No, Morrison is just absolutely spineless. He's just spineless and worthless. And he's apparently what this country deserves as a prime minister at the moment. Yes, we seem to have brought this on ourselves. But these are the times we live in, you know. I'd gotten very much the sort of nihilistic frame of mind of nice things just don't happen anymore. Yeah, but now we see some signs of some, well, better than horrible things happening. So maybe there's something to turn around. So, will Trump's Facebook be banned until he leaves office or forever? The only reason Trump hadn't been banned a long time ago is because he was president. The various social media platforms would do very well to cut him out permanently, because he is just going to get worse. Was your on readers from last night Angela Merkel's statement? She promised her exit from politics would be very boring, which is funny. And I agree with you, nobody. Morrison's a non-entity and nothing who's come up from nowhere. But where the nobody arrives from nowhere, their proof of point is usually what a cunt they can be. Yep, they suck. And yep to Daisy on Facebook. Yep. I'm not exactly sure what that's in reference to because there's time delays between when I say something and when I see any responses to it. You've got dinner, Glee. Enjoy that. Ciao for now. And yeah, it's the only reason Trump didn't get kicked off social media platforms a long time ago is they were too scared to. And look, not totally without reason either, but he's got no power anymore. And the whole reason that he turned on those fuckwits that he encouraged, all those idiots who committed multiple serious felonies and took selfies and videos of themselves doing it, who apparently are going to be super fucking shocked when they get arrested and imprisoned, which I just find hilarious that they weren't really up to speed with the fact they were going to be arrested and go to prison. And that's just great. And the fact they now seem surprised that Trump sold them out. Trump said what they did was bad. And it's like, has it really taken this long for it to sink in that Trump hates you? Like, Trump hates Trump supporters more than I do. He loves the ego boost they give him. He definitely likes taking their money to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, but he clearly has absolute contempt for the stooges who show up to his rallies and whatnot. And the fact that he encouraged these fuckwits and it went to its natural logical conclusion. And then I suspect it was made very clear to him behind closed doors unless you unequivocally say that was bad, we are going to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove you from office. And that also means you can't run for office again. I think that freaked him out, and he threw them all under the bus, which is hilarious. And hi, Batman Sport, how are you doing? Yeah, look, call me cynical, but my prediction is Trump will not face any prosecution when he leaves office. I know Biden doesn't have the stomach for it. So it's one of those things, and yeah, it's just one of those things, basically. Biden doesn't have the guts. Yeah, that's one of the things that I found funniest about Trump supporters, that they idolized Trump and said he's great and he's tough. And it's like, he's obviously a coward. Anytime he's really been pushed on anything, he's folded straight away. He's never stuck with anything. He always says he didn't do things he did, rather than saying he did the right thing. But yeah, it's all shit. Raiders, look, you may be right about Trump getting indicted, and I hope you are. I just don't see it happening myself. I just don't think it's going to happen. And, one element of why it's not going to happen is very few politicians want to set a precedent of being prosecuted when they leave office for things they did while they were in office. It's shocking news, but people who pursue that level of power, no matter what politics they profess, they're very rarely squeaky clean. And even if they are, politics is such a vindictive business that people who have been completely innocent of sort of anything, or at least not guilty of anything more than being a bit sketchy, an aggressive prosecutor can make them look guilty. It's as simple as that. Gary Todd on Facebook. Haven't seen an Olympian who can flip like Trump. Yeah, he's never really stuck to anything, has he? And whenever he's done anything vile and people have called him on, rather than saying, no, I did it, I said it, and I stand by it, fuck you all, which is what his idiot supporters think he does, he invariably goes like, I didn't say that, I didn't do that, that didn't happen. It's like he never sticks by anything he says. He's just a sniveling fucking coward. I like that one, nobody. Trump wouldn't stick to flypaper. Raiders, you reckon, I assume that Neil Gorish is Biden's nomination for Attorney General? Yeah, look, again, call me cynical, and I'd love to be wrong, but I just don't see an aggressive pursuit of Trump happening, which sucks because he's a fucking criminal. There are like 50 criminal things you could get him for. And I don't even just mean the fucked evil shit he's done from a policy perspective, for which, he should be on trial for human rights abuses. I just mean, gutter level financial crimes that he's committed. Oh yeah, Patman. We talked about the 25th Amendment last night. The one bit that's never been invoked that Trump was threatened with was, you personally are not a fit person to hold the office of president. We're not talking about health. We're talking about your lack of actually being a human, and you're just reprehensible and you need to go. I very strongly suspect, prior to Trump making that video where he said, that invading the Capitol was a bad thing, which upset all the idiots who are still slavishly working Trump, like where Trump threw them all under the bus, which apparently caught them by surprise, but that's just what Trump does. And I strongly suspect he was told behind closed doors, if you don't make a video saying those guys are bad, we will actually, and this is like Pence and his cabinet saying, we will invoke the 25th Amendment and declare you unfit for office, and you won't be able to run again. And so, tail between his legs, he did it. Set Daria, an former Australia ambassador in Washington. Joe Hockey condemned Donald Trump. Joe Hockey is a piece of shit. So if a piece of shit condemns Donald Trump, it's like, oh no, even the pieces of shit are condemning you. So Joe Hockey was also apparently at the center of one of the Trump corruption collusion stories, because someone who was pulling shit to help Trump somehow dragged Hockey into it, and like whisper, we want you to do, and Hockey, not being an actual Trump person, when someone said, we're going to do a crime, all the Trump people go, yeah, let's do a crime. Then we went to Hockey, we're going to do a crime. Hockey went, what? And actually went to the authorities and said, this guy came up to me wanting to do a crime. And so what was hilarious, because Hockey is such an elitist conservative piece of shit, just because he said, oh no, these people associated with Trump tried to get me involved with a crime. They were going like, he's one of those Black Lives Matter anarchists. Hockey's like, what? Anyway. And yes, nobody, that is a good point. It is a sad day when a piece of crap like Joe Hockey shows more conviction than our Prime Minister Morrison. The funny thing is now it might be sinking in with Scummo that he's made himself look really bad by not condemning what happened. But it's like too late. If he changes it, it's he kind of looks worse. The President Rock on Twitch says they're going to follow me because they think I look like a Harry Potter character. And honestly, that's among the better things that have been said about me. So I'm down with that. I do a bit more politics than Harry Potter characters, and a bit more cocktail making than Harry Potter characters. But I'm with you. Oh, and the reason that I mentioned that you're on Twitch is because most of the people who watch my live stream are watching from YouTube, and they won't see Twitch comments, but I do, because I'm restreaming through StreamYard to Facebook and YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but only I see all the comments. Yes, Shieldsy, one of the cops who was attacked by a Trumpolo died from their injuries. The details on that, the mask collection. Yeah, that's only two of them. Actually, in the early days of YouTube, I used to wear a whole bunch of different masks. Oh, sorry, Raiders, you're right. That whole story I was telling was Alexander Downer, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, you are absolutely right. Thank you for picking that up, actually. Yes, that whole story about the spying and the Trump collusion and shit, that was Alexander Downer, who is actually even more an establishment, prissy, conservative sack of shit. Yes, and it involved George Papadopoulos, Raiders. Very good. Thank you. But it was weird. It was kind of like when that utter brain dead prat, Ben Shapiro, was getting interviewed by a guy on the BBC who's a real old school Tory, but he takes the idea of journalism seriously. And so he's basically saying, like, Mr. Shapiro, you've put this book out where you said there needs to be more decorum and respect in politics and political discourse, but you're not respectful. You say this vile thing and this vile thing. And Shapiro just lost his shit, and he had a glib answer. And the guy went, yeah, but you on the one hand say people should be more respectful, and then you're completely disrespectful. And Shapiro is not used to actually being held to account and lost his shit and called this guy, I don't know whether he called him a liberal or a socialist. The guy was just having a chuckle like, oh, Mr. Shapiro, if only you knew. Basically, Shapiro just made just as usual, made an absolute fool of himself. President Rock, you have video game collection, 3DS games, DS games, Nintendo Switch games. You're a Nintendo bud. I have not fired up my Switch that I got for Christmas, and I got the new Zelda game. I honestly want to play the old Zelda game again. There's a limited number of hours in the day, though. Can't really do anything. President Rock, remind you of old Gordon Ramsay. No, why? He doesn't have a beard, and I'm not blonde. But, it's all good. And no, but do you think Downer might be a human? He is from an old money family of racist, misogynist, to the manner born, I deserve to have power, wankers. He is not a human. My hairstyle. This is your COVID lockdown hairstyle. Now, I've been out of lockdown for a couple of months, and I could have got a haircut. I haven't. This is the longest I've grown my hair in like 30 years. It's also the greyest my hair's been because I've been too lazy to color it, because I am vain enough to color my hair quite often. But I haven't for a long time. And I don't know if maybe, this is the year that I finally act my age. Much as I'm not really down with the idea of acting my age, but I might. Who knows? And good evening, Robot Man Greg. President Rock, jokes. Oh, look, we get jokes. We get serious. I'm like trying to deliberately troll Trump supporters tonight to see what, because I got a bunch of real dumb as shit Trump trolls last night when I didn't think I was trying to get them. But they appeared. It's like they were desperately looking for someone to argue with. No, do I swear as much as Gordon Ramsay? We should put it side by side, me and Gordon Ramsay. Probably depends on context. Yes, absolutely. It depends on context. Well, thanks, President Rock. I will try to be myself. Shieldsy. Okay, you're going to fall off your chair if I say I'm acting my age. Good, good. I'm glad I don't act my age. Anyway. Patman, you're in the LG. You're just outside Greater Brisbane lockdown. So you are free. Are people still being wackos and stripping everything off the shelves outside of the lockdown zone? As I was saying to Shieldsy at the start of the stream, I continue to be extremely disappointed in humanity every time there's like a little blip of, well, there might be some cases in this city. People lose their minds and just panic buy and take all the friggin' toilet paper off the shelves. It's ridiculous. 45 lies, Trump for prison. We are definitely talking about that. I don't think it's going to happen. Some do. That wasn't right. That's okay. You think my voice is like Gordon Ramsay? I think that's not a bad thing. So yeah. Oh God, Raiders, that sounds painful. Rudy Giuliani's YouTube comments full of very confused Muppets. Are they confused as to why Trump threw them under the bus? It's because he's a piece of shit. Oh, Daria, you are in the lockdown. Oh dear. Okay, you don't mind. Sent home in the middle of the workday. Cues were impressive. Yeah. The early days in Melbourne were like that. And look, I bet if we have another lockdown, it'll happen again because people are dumb as shit, honestly. Oh, Prison Rock, that KFC Colonel Sanders movie was a joke, but I did see the things and I kind of thought it was real. But apparently it's a joke. It's like a steamy romance built around Colonel Sanders, but apparently it's not real. Honestly, this world is so strange. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being real. It's a very weird. Rudy Giuliani went from hero to zero. I think it's hilarious that Giuliani had all this credibility. He's like, ooh, he was America's mayor. He made everyone feel better at 9/11. Da, da, da. And that is all lost now. All that's lost. His legacy now is all the freakishly embarrassing things he's done for Trump. Like just absolutely debasing himself. And I think that's hilarious. Prison. Okay, well, we're on the internet. Let's look it up. If I just put KFC movie, will it come up? A recipe for seduction. There's a lot of it on YouTube. Wait a sec. Is it real? Is it? Maybe it's real. It's got Mario Lopez in it. So KFC announced it's a 15-minute long mini movie starring Mario Lopez as KFC's founder, Harlan Sanders, titled A Recipe for Seduction. Recipe for Seduction. It's an ad, obviously, rather than an actual movie. So a bit of clarity. There isn't a movie, but there's basically a 15-minute, well, there's a short film. There's a 15-minute romantic comedy that looks very, very deliberately tongue-in-cheek and whimsical. So it's a 15-minute commercial for Kentucky Fried Chicken. So, yeah, it's not a burger as such, but yes. Yes, Daria, those are the two great legacies of Rudy Giuliani now, the Four Seasons Garden Center press conference and the hair dye leaking down his face and farting at one of the things. It's a thing. Yeah, President Rock. The Kentucky Fried Chicken thing is, depending on how you want to interpret it, it's a long commercial or it's a promotional short film. It's a marketing stunt. It's a mildly innovative marketing stunt, but it's a marketing stunt. So, yes. Anyway, Darry, you're saying Giuliani will simulate dementia to get away with it. I don't think it'll be simulated, honestly. Based on the way he's been talking and the way he's been behaving, if someone presented a medical report that go, he's suffering from dementia, I'd go, well, that explains a lot. That explains quite a bit. Patman, how's AIDSy? He texted me the other day to say he was still alive. It was like on Thursday, but I wasn't doing a live stream. He wanted to come on a live stream and say he was alive. But I said, not actually doing one. No, wait. See, I'm losing track of days. Yesterday was Thursday and I was on Wednesday. Wednesday, he texted me, but I wasn't doing a live stream on Wednesday. So he's live and you want to give him an update. If he has the wherewithal, we might hear from him tonight. Who knows? Who actually knows? So I'm not sure what you're getting at there, President Rock. I think you have legals like the living. No. I can't. I don't understand that sentence. Sorry. Yes. Oh, well, that's the fun thing, Raiders. As you say, Giuliani has self-incriminated with incitement quite a lot. It's just like all those friggin' clowns at DC absolutely self-incriminated, and they then seem surprised they're going to face prosecution. Oh, nobody's been texting you to have a chat. Okay. Yeah. It's very hard to keep up with what's happening with him. But hopefully we'll catch up with him sometime soon. Patman, will I be doing any TFU or Wangafat soonish? My motivation to do that is incredibly low. I will have to admit. My motivation is incredibly low to do TFU and Wangafat. It's just not seeming like a fun thing to do. I have ideas all the time. I seriously, I have the ideas all the time, and the videos I don't make are really quite good. But it's just, I don't know what the point would be. I know people have enjoyed them, and I have enjoyed making them. And I had this conversation on a previous live stream. The way my job, career is likely to progress in the coming years, there would be a very high chance that I'd have to get rid of the YouTube channel, private all the videos, because it would interfere with, working and, progressing and maybe advancing in a workplace. If someone went, no, he does these scary things where he yells and swears and acts threatening. And that makes me feel unsafe in the workplace. Someone could actually make a reasonable case for that. And don't really want to have to deal with that shit. Like I say, because I never made much money from YouTube, and because I chose to demonetize my channel years ago when YouTube started doing all the weird censorship stuff. Like I was going, there's no way I'm going to beep my videos. I'm not going to beep out the swears. Like, fuck that. And President Rock, you can ask me questions, but if I don't understand them, I'm not going to be able to give you an answer. This is all about talking, so any prompts for talking is good, in my opinion. Shields, you're not really going for CEO, but just, like if I stayed in a job and was there for a while. See, being a contractor is fine, because I move from job to job. But if I stop contracting and sort of try to settle down, then it gets questionable. And I'm not a young fella. Maybe I should take if someone offers me a comfortable job, maybe I should take it. See out my golden years in a comparatively easy environment. That's a very strong possibility. So it's a thing I have to consider. Yeah. Because, I get paid a fair bit in my day job, and it's not worth risking that pay for YouTube, which doesn't pay me anything. It just doesn't make any sense. So, yes, I may well have to end up privating my YouTube channel. And I might even get one of those. I think there are apps you can get just like delete any of my tweets that are more than 6 months old, because it's like, who the fuck knows what I tweeted in the past, and it was probably awful. Certainly taken out of context, a lot of things I've said could be very, very bad. Safa, my job as in working in IT as a business analyst, people use technology in the bush. So the jobs are there. Do I know who the Kool-Aid Man is? If the question is, am I aware of the advertising icon that is the Kool-Aid Man? Yes. Do I know the Kool-Aid Man personally? No. Oh, yeah. Speaking of, I will send him the invite. That was AIDSy. I will just send him an invite. And come on, load up Gmail. There we go. Send it to AIDSy Rooney so he can join us. Said for a little while. Yeah. Email you the link. It auto completes emailed you the link, because that's the most common message I send him. All right. So the AIDSy Man should join us sometime. I've got some Kool-Aid concentrates. I was thinking of adding it to vodka, to get a flavored vodka. And yeah, using it for cocktails. Seems like a thing to do. Right, I have to get down to speaking of YouTube, the one thing I do enjoy doing on YouTube is making the cocktails. And I got to think of a thing. Is Hot Toddy Day. And and so I might make my version of a hot toddy, and get a bit creative with it. And I'm going to do a spicy cocktail. I have to look that up, actually. Oh, goddamn. Da, 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 da. Oh, yay. My Elvis video's gone live. That's nice. Let me go. See if I can find this thing I'm looking for. Short answer is no. So who else? I know who else. 60 second. Trails. Sorry, I have to say out loud when I'm doing stuff. Wait, has AZ appeared? He has. While I was looking at a different tab. How you doing, buddy?
Hello. You know, it's good. As the microphone got good as you were doing things on the buttons. And I was just organizing my camera to make my chins come out properly.
Uh-huh.
And they did. And you can see them in all their glory. I was 3 now.
Sorry?
I was 3 chins now.
Oh, cool.
So that's what you get when you eat just crumpets and cheese. It's
I see.
I call it the palate diet. You cook stuff, but it's got to be crumpets and cheese and condiments. That's the secret.
Condiments
with sugar in. So either barbecue sauce or tomato sauce or special burger sauce. And you put the butter on. Butter, not any of your Marge stuff.
Butter.
A lot of unconnected polysaccharides.
Okay.
I don't know what the actual word is.
Yeah.
They used to say, "Oh no, there's something poly in them," and there's no
polyunsaturated.
There's no polyunsaturated fats in them. You go, fucking doesn't mean anything. And then, so in butter, there's a shitload of polyunsaturated fats in that. And so the trick is, right, that if
someone's dinging you.
Yes, they are. And it's important that they're dinging me because I've got to ding them back.
Okay.
I disappeared to that person for like a week. And I said,
yeah, that's a thing you do. That's true.
Yeah. No,
so what have you been doing? We haven't seen you for a little while.
I just disappeared. I just went away. Not because I was afraid of you.
Right.
I am afraid of you. And it wasn't because I was afraid of the fans. I am afraid of the fans. And the viewers, well, there's a couple of viewers that I'm especially afraid of. We had an after party. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, you should have stuck around.
Yeah.
Wow. And the viewers will know what after party I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my. I was about to get involved in ways that I shouldn't. Because I was tempted to very badly. Anyway, so yeah, the person who just dinged me, I was supposed to talk to the following day.
Okay.
And then, I got a bit crook. And then I got crooker. And I'm still not very well. And I'm going to go away soon. But
Okay.
Hey, if I come on air and go, I've shaved and I'm not dead.
That's good.
Then
Both those
would
things are
believe
good.
it. This is not a tape, right? That I'm cunningly playing while people are putting me in a black plastic bag.
Oh, good.
Because there was a guy who died outside my house.
Yes, you mentioned that. That's a bit wild.
Fucking
Yep.
carked it. He just splat. There is
Yep.
like, oh, convenient place to die, motherfucker. Because they taped
Yep.
off the whole front door. And people
Yeah.
were trying to get out, and the cops were going, don't. That was my door. Yeah, dead cunt.
Yeah.
But can't I? No, you can't. Go the other way. How do you know there's another way? We've been to this house 1,000,000 times. We know it backwards. Go out the back door. The gate's always open. I can say that publicly because it's not even doxing. Everyone fucking just knows. And so, yeah, I was coming home and this guy warned me and I went, hey, really? So it happened ages ago, it's sort of gone now. I was walking up the street, and there's like this white figure under a sheet, and I'm going, nope, still there. And I go around going, yeah, this is finally one problem that's not actually the caretakers. It didn't actually happen inside the house.
Dang.
No, good.
Oh, okay.
For a change. So much shit happened inside the house is my problem. This happened outside the house, not Azie's problem. But we think the guy was like old, and we think he had a stroke or a heart attack or something.
All right.
He just went 267. Now this is a place to die, like an Indian, right? Like a brave who's gone. Today is a good day to die. And it's beautiful, and the buffalo are lowing in the fields, and the cavalry is lowing while they're munching on grass and loading rifles which are worse than ours.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of old guys and dead, have you been paying attention to the news for the last couple of days?
Sort of. I
Did you
have a quick chat about how fucking Trump did not start the fucking mob riot that happened at the Capitol building.
Yes.
And how he did not encourage it, and how Antifa did it. And there was a guy wearing a Auschwitz camp t-shirt at the front with work brings freedom on it.
Yes.
Because that's such an Antifa message.
Yeah. It's very, very deep cover is what I'm saying.
That is the deepest cover you can fucking get.
And all those clowns who took selfies and videos while they weren't wearing masks, while they were committing serious crimes, their online presence of being either a QAnon idiot or an extreme right Trump agitator idiot, that goes back years online. That's how deep the cover was. The Antifa naughty people have been plotting this for years. They just waited for this moment to make Trump and his supporters look bad.
To make Trump supporter looks bad, and the fact that they've humiliated the American government is not going to be bad for them at all, because that's never been bad for anyone.
Yeah,
that has never hurt anyone in the history of history. I mean, you can kill motherfuckers in America and no one gives a shit, right? You can fucking burn down major buildings and no one gives a shit. But if you humiliate America, they will fuck your shit up for the rest of your existence. Let's look at, a country called Afghanistan. All they did was, no, we're not going to hand a guy over. Right. We're going to come in with our boots on and fuck you up forever. And they did. That was what Afghanistan did wrong. Was they said, no, we're not going to hand one guy over. And US went, well, that upsets us. We're going to bomb your shit back to the Stone Age. And they did.
Yes.
fucking Iraq said, oh, well, we're upset with your policies, so we're going to stop selling oil in dollars and start selling it in euros. And America said, that somewhat puts a dent in our prestige. We're going to bomb your country back to the fucking Stone Age. And they did. So if you go to the Capitol going, I'm going to, during one of your ceremonies, fuck you up and show your existence, I don't think that's going to go well for you.
No. And apparently they're still the types to be surprised when their door gets kicked in at 3 a.m. and a SWAT team sort of wrap them up in a cloth bag and throw them in the back of a truck. But, what the fuck? Oh, hello, Kirsten, by the way.
Hello, Kirsten. How you going? I know, and they're still going to be surprised hundreds of times later when they continue to get fucking arrested at 3 o'clock in the morning and thrown in a Gestapo van and get fucking interrogated for days on end in a black prison with no food or water, right, in America, because there's no black prisons. No black prisons in America. And they're going to be stunned at Trump government is going to fucking set up for them. It's just blows my mind. Those people thought they were going to, I don't know, waltz away from it. I mean, I remember when we were doing the nuclear protests back in the day. Listen to me, kidding.
Back in the day.
British bloody nuclear stuff. Back in the day when the French and bombs and bloody Greenpeace couldn't stop a ship. Right, back in the day, we were told, guys, if you get caught, you're not going to get a government job.
Yeah.
If you get caught, you're not going to get fucking the dole, probably, for a year and after you apply. So be very aware that this demo that we're going to do tomorrow is going to mean something to you.
Yes.
Not necessarily to them, but to you, it's going to mean a lot. Right?
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
Is Australia where we don't give a shit what you do to the government, because the government has this attitude that our gang is much bigger than your gang every single time. Right? They're not even fucking intimidated by bikie gangs, which thousands of members, because the guy in the police force, the New South Wales police force, said, oh, we don't worry about gangs in Australia because my gang is bigger than your gang every single time. And he was talking about the New South Wales police force, right? And Australia as a whole just goes, no, our gang's bigger than your gang. We can always fuck you up anytime. And so they don't take it particularly personally. But the Americans take this shit really personally, like really personally. Then fucking as shit goes down, fucking then Trump goes, oh no, I want you to be peaceful, waiting until they fucking start smashing shit to tell them this over his Twitter decree. I don't know, man. I reckon they're going to fuck him up over this. And remember, I'm just going to point out.
Yeah.
All of AZ's predictions have been right so far. Did you've
just been very right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said he wasn't going to go quietly. I said he was going to go kicking and screaming. And everyone was going, oh no, he'll slink off and fucking pout and snip from the sidelines. No, he fucks kicking and screaming, and I think you're right in the sense that he's actually just fucking getting support money for his fucking deep debts.
Oh yeah.
He's involved in, and he's also setting himself up for either another run or just a populist round of being a populist outsider.
Yeah.
You know,
He just wants to keep doing rallies and keep getting money from these morons. Being president was a friggin' drag. I mean, he loved the ego side of it, but the practicalities of it was a huge drag.
him. Yeah, and he
Yeah.
hated it. He was bored with it, and he hated it. And after the first day, you know, he did like going down to the war room and droning the shit out of people. He liked that bit. I have heard, but I don't know. You would know this better than I, that he did better than the Drone King.
He actually, it hasn't got a lot of publicity. And in fact, when he was in office, Obama didn't get that much publicity that he had increased the drone strikes.
Until right at the end.
Yeah, but Trump has accelerated, and this has got hardly any coverage. He actually accelerated the rate of drone strikes, surpassing even Obama's, which is amazing.
That's insane. That's amazing, because Obama was the Drone King. He fucking was knocking motherfuckers off every day. And I did a bit of looking into that and was going, Obama, this is really not where you're at. And his thing was, well, you get to use SEAL teams or you get to use drones. And his thing apparently was, I don't want to use fucking American lives to do this shit when I can fucking shoot him from the air with a fucking robot that we fucking make for fucking $150. We'll do that. Apparently that's his thing. Now the rightness and wrongness of that, I don't know, because, you know, his military was basically giving him ultimata that that sucked. I mean, you're going to kill this guy today. And it's like, you know, I'm the president. I get to say no. No. Today you're going to kill this guy. You get to do it with a SEAL team or a drone. Thanks. Apparently his thing was to do it with a drone. But apparently, and again, I don't have good sources on this. But apparently fucking Trump's thing was, drones are fucking cool. Let's fucking kill every motherfucker.
Well, what he actually did, he used the heavy ordnance bomb that no one has ever used. It's the single most powerful non-nuclear weapon, the massive ordnance airburst, aka mother of all bombs. He actually hit a mountain in Afghanistan with that. And I think it was literally because the military had always wanted to use it. And I think one of them just went, you know, Mr. President, no one's ever had the guts to do this. And if you hit a mountain with this, it would take out a fucking mountain. And that would make those fucking camel jockeys pretty fucking nervous. And you'd be a big man. And he would have just gone straight for it. Like, do it. Do it.
Shit. You've got to modify airplanes to carry that fucking thing.
Yeah. It's a big one-off. Sorry, I just want to address something Alexander said in the chat. The report, Trump's plane was scheduled to land in Scotland simultaneously with Biden's inauguration. Look, I don't know, but I had read reports that the lockdown conditions in the UK would mean no incoming flights, and he wouldn't be allowed to. As one, you're saying Nicola Sturgeon said he wouldn't be welcome. I think it goes well beyond not welcome in that the flight won't be allowed to come in. I could be wrong because, you know, stuff gets reported that's not necessarily true. Nobody's heading off for a while. Catch you later, man. Okay.
See you, nobody. Good to see you. Well, not see you, but good to say hello.
Good to be in the interaction. Yeah. Hey, speaking of interactions and empathy and sharing something, guess who has to get a colonoscopy?
That'll be you.
Yeah, normally it's you, but this time it's me.
Can I come and be your guy? I can't drive you home.
You,
Can't drive you home.
you hold my hand while the probe goes in.
And then you wake up and go, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. So give him more juice. Give him more juice. I go, no, he doesn't like juice. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like drugs. He's really anti-drugs. I was in getting a fucking spit roast, and this guy refused all fucking sedation.
Yeah.
He was going in without. He was going in cold, and they said, "Are you sure?" Like about 15 times, and he was going to say, "No, I'm good." And he was getting a colonoscopy with no fucking sedation whatsoever, and I'm just going, "Oh, not me, buddy." But I was going in for the spit roast, and I said to them, they said, "Do you know what you're having today?" And I said, "Yeah, the full spit roast." And they went, "What?" I said, and I thought that was a common medical term. I thought they'd be fucking all over that. And I said, the full spit roast.
One at each end.
And they laughed their ass off. I said, "Do you really think of us like that?" And I went, "Well,
it's going like that.
Like, and they laughed and said, "Well, yeah, I'm supposed to do it together and shake hands in the middle." I'm not talking about it for ages. And so, fuck, you guys haven't heard of this?
That seems weird. Yeah.
Okay. And I thought they would be, no, you're getting a colonoscopy and a gastroscopy. So you're getting a colonoscopy?
Yeah, because you get to a certain age and the government gets super interested in your poo. And I, in retrospect, made the mistake of taking the last sample at a period where it's like, you get a little bit constipated and you force one out and then you wipe and go, "Well, that's a bit more blood than I'm used to seeing." And that lasts for a day or so.
You gave him the sample.
Yeah.
No.
Like a day after that. And all so the screening thing just went, there's microscopic traces of blood in the sample you sent us. And so initially, of course, I'm freaked out. Well, that's it. I'm dead. I've got cancer. And then it was like, and then like a day later, I'm like, oh, wait, I actually remember I almost didn't do the sample because I thought, is that going to affect it? But, because they give you this little poo catcher and I looked at the toilet. Little paper poo catcher, and you've got to catch it. Then you drag a thing through it, and I looked and went, "Well, there's no blood in it. I'll just sort of do a thing and it." But again, the doctor who first talked to me said it only has to be microscopic traces, and I went, "Okay." And so even he was like, "Okay, all that means is it picked up microscopic traces of blood, and there are a whole bunch of reasons that could be. So very high chance it's nothing. Second highest chance is." This is what screening tests are for, because this means because you're not sick, so we've caught something before it advances, so it's the best prognosis out there. And the least likely, but still possible, is, ooh, that's bad.
But at the stage where it's, ooh, that's bad, they catch it this early. They go, ooh, that's bad, but it's good because we're going to do this now. And they do that straight away when when they're doing the colonoscopy, right? They say, "Oh, we found one of them," and they'll do zap, zip, zap.
I'm almost sure this guy won't, because I'm going to sweet. Well, I'll find out because it was GP because they get sent the result when it's a positive thing.
He won't.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Right.
So I talked to the GP because they get the result from the government, and he gave me a referral to the specialist. And I have a meeting on. Okay, I should correct what I'm saying, because on Tuesday I was getting a bit mixed up here. On Tuesday, I'm just going into his office, and I assume he's going to explain the whole thing, and he'll talk about levels of sedation and everything you have to do to prepare for it, and blah blah blah. It probably will be done in now I think about it, it probably will be done in a hospital, and they probably, if something presents that they can deal with immediately, Yeah, and you're speaking from experience. They will. Yeah. But on Tuesday, I'm just going in to see the guy and to talk about it.
I have woken up after colonoscopies in 2 occasions. The first one, they said, "Listen, we found a few polyps. You're staying in. We're going to do another couple of these over the next few days. We're going to cut all the polyps out, and we're going to look for other stuff." And I actually woke up next to a guy and said, "Well, you've had an interesting day. It's several hours after you're supposed to wake up. We found a bit of cancer in your colon, tiniest little bit ever. And we decided to get it then and there and now. And it's gone. And we then microscopically checked every other little bit of your colon. And then we went down the other way as well and checked that as well. And believe me, matey, we've got 3D movies of your colon, and there's nothing else there. And you're a lucky boy because, yeah, there you go.
Top and tail.
Top and tail. Oh, there you go. A top and tail. That makes sense. Spit roast.
Yeah, Gary's going to drop spit roast next time he goes in.
And they said that they'd cut it out. They found it and they cut it out. And they were really happy because it was tiny. And they were so happy that they got it when it was tiny. He was one of these guys who'd come in after a poo test. It's a random poo test, and they just saw it and grabbed it and went, they said, "You probably haven't even been presenting many symptoms, have you?" And he said, I don't know. And he said, "Have you been pooing a lot of blood?" And he said, "Oh, bits, but not a lot." And I went, "Yeah, okay, cool. That's it. Just bits, fairly regularly." "Yeah, but like a drop, on the dunny paper. That's it." I went, "Yep." And the doctors were stoked. They were fucking stoked. They were just going, we win. We are the champions. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that's what Medicare's for.
Although I'm
now didn't even take more than 1 day off from work.
Yeah, I'm doing the private health insurance, so I don't have to wait. Because if they wanted to do something and I had to wait, I would just freak out. I would just fucking lose my shit. And
mate, trust me, in these situations, they don't wait.
No, I just mean even just for the colonoscopy. Like I said to the GP, if I just go public, and he's just like, probably within a couple months. And I went, I do not want to be thinking about this for a couple of months. And
yes, that's true. It would be a couple of months. Now it would be traditionally it would be between 3 weeks and 6 weeks. Traditionally, but now, because all electives have been pushed back, everything's on hold. Pregnancies, for example, have been pushed back.
They've told women not to have their baby.
12 months until they'll see you.
Actually, I like this question. Initiator wanting to know, did you enjoy the spit roast, or was it feeling a little too warm after?
Thanks. Thanks a lot for that. Let's just make fun of my medical complaints.
That's what I usually do.
Because I was wildly fucked up on drugs. Like wildly fucked up on drugs. And woke up twice. I woke up during the back end and went, "This is not right. That's not okay." And I went, "Oh, more juice for him." Yes, more juice, definitely. And they more juiced me. And then I woke up with the front end. They did the back end first, which never good look.
Did they wipe it off?
Well, no, they do say that here's the two these are the two instruments, and they don't go. We don't use the same instrument for this. Right? Okay. They tell you
that's what they tell you. But you go out like a light. You don't
notice how they're different shapes, right? That's important to know. But we're not going to use the same thing for the same
Yeah.
for both ends, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's
Yeah.
two different guys that do it. So just anyway,
Yeah.
I think they just swapped over. They just fucking wiped it off with a chucks.
Yeah.
And, anyway, so I woke
Just
up
a bit of
during
fit and polish. Sorry.
the gastroscopy, and I went, oh, blah, 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 blah. And I went, oh, he's awake again. And I tried to open my eyes, but that had him taped down. So,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I also found that they had, I'll tell you now because we're here, they had down my penis.
Yeah.
Because you in your sleep naturally get erections,
Mm-hmm.
and apparently this thing was while I was getting the gastroscopy, it was getting in the way, because it'd inflate and deflate and inflate and deflate, and I just bloody moved that. Did you just tape that up? So they taped it up, and this is not uncommon. It's not uncommon. But they usually untape you before you wake up.
Oh, they forgot.
They didn't. They forgot because they did the gastroscopy, which is on your front again, but they're looking at the other end. And usually they do the gastroscopy first, and then they do the colonoscopy. It's just the way it worked out. There was no reason for it. It just worked out that way. And they just forgot to take all the tape off. And I had tape on my bum and tape on my dick, and I when I've got it out of the toilet, and they went, okay, here's a bottle, and I went, oh my, and they went, what? I said, I've got tape on. And went,
oh dear.
Maybe I should.
Oh.
And it was that bloody micropore tape, which
Ooh.
the good, not the paper tape. It's the
doesn't come off easy.
It leaves black marks on you.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
ages.
Yeah.
And mind you, they're really good. They got some orange oil and something oil out, and that took it straight off. They say, but they won't be able to tape anything back on there. And I'm going, I'm not particularly looking for tape.
I'm just thinking, was it at least an attractive person who rubbed the orange oil on your
Yes,
penis?
it was. It wasn't an attractive person. It was me.
Oh, you did it yourself. That honestly, I think I would have gone, oh, you've got to rub some oil on it. Well, you did the crime, you do the time. Let's see you go for it.
Bertha, I understand that you didn't do 4 years of nursing to rub orange oil off right on their sensitive part.
Yeah.
Why did they have to tape it there? What was that about? I
didn't
that. I suppose moves mostly, isn't it?
Yeah, they wanted it to stay in one place.
Yeah, so it had obviously erected, and they'd gone, right, get that, splat, and on the tum it went. And it was obviously out of the way.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh my God.
And of course, no one ever knows because, before you wake up, it's like, and then no black marks, all gone, Yeah. And you're not feeling particularly, shall we say, grease-free when you wake up out of them. Yeah. So it's not going to make any difference if you've got a bit of extra, dribble going on. Because the first thing you want when you get home is a fucking shower. What's going to be interesting is seeing the live stream with you after the day, because you're not supposed to drive for 24 hours, sign documents, do any major life decisions within 24 hours of having the
You might be
procedure.
impaired.
And I want to have a chat to you on that night, and get you to tell us all about it, because you will.
See.
I'll ask you questions that only I know about, and you will answer them.
Yeah.
And that'll be cool. Now, you were telling about someone who died, and I missed that.
Oh, that's okay. And I just wanted to throw in Gary, who was talking before, who has had the spit roast multiple times. Now, has a compromised immune system. That's killing me. So if your camera's all places. So yeah, you and AZ, brethren, immunocompromised. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. There's.
By a nurse. Oh, you've got AIDS, and I just said, no, I don't. No, it says here that T cell count's really down. I go, no, honey, sweetie, this is what happened. And then she's gone, oh, so you got AIDS without the fun part. Oh, sucks to be you. And I'm going, you're just out of nursing school, aren't you? Yeah.
You go, I got to do the fun part anyway. So
yeah. Anyway, yeah, compromised immune system sucks ass, or doesn't, as the case may be. And
yes.
You can't do anything or go anywhere. And my boss, the house, who's still not back yet, actually. Which is
did he go out for a while?
Yeah. And I don't allow him to.
Fair enough.
You know, he got me to take the handcuffs off his feet because he had sore ankles, and said, oh, can I go for a bike ride? And I'm going, no. Have you got the GPS on? Do you want to swallow another GPS? He went, yeah. Didn't turn it on though, did he?
Cheeky.
And the bike is apparently somewhere in the city, near a train station. Not Southern Cross though, or maybe he's just being clever. Anyway, yeah, no, he had to go. He was saying, oh yeah, during the whole COVID thing, we didn't see each other for 3 months when it was very bad.
Yes.
To be fair, we were also having some social problems, but when we fixed up the social problems fairly quickly, actually, he said, I don't want to see you while it's bad, because you've already got a compromised system, and I don't want to be involved in getting near you when you're sick, or if I get close to being sick. So I can't come around and play, because we said no one's going to bother you if you come around and play, of an afternoon after work and stay for a night. And he went, no, I'm not going to do it, because he was at school all the time teaching. He said any one of these students, germ bag chinganese, could have the corones, and fucking, bat eaters. And he said, yeah, any one of these kids could have it, and not be symptomatic, and you could get it, and it would fuck you right up. Nah, my fucking pulmonary cardio system, it's great.
It's great.
Very bad times. And he said Essendon weakens every time you die, so let's not push it. And I'm going, sport. And that was when we came up with the brilliant idea of emailing each other orgasms. And because you can email each other homework, because he was getting a lot of trouble with it at school with the kids plagiarizing. Because, see, a lot of them are Chinese, right? And they don't sort of get that the same piece of work in English and, being presented 4 times is really obvious, because it's not their own language, and they don't sort of pick up the subtleties and nuances of exactly the same mistakes and exactly the same things going on, the sentences being exactly the same. And because every piece of work now in Australian universities and schools, it's now spread to schools, is run through a program that was made jointly by RMIT and Monash. It was initially made to see if great authors were fond of words, if they were fond of particular words, if they had a favourite word. So P.G. Wodehouse's favourite word was muddle. Who's the woman who did all the Poirot and Mrs. Peel?
Christie.
Christie's favourite word was connection and dispute. And so what they also found, because they said, oh, I wonder if other people's work lines up. And so they said, oh, we've got all these students here, we'll line them up. And then they found some of the students' work lined up so exactly that the word structure and the word forms were exactly the same. They went, hang on, they're different students. And they said, yeah. And the computer said, no, it's written by the same person. And they went, no, they're totally different essays about totally different things. And they discovered an essay writing factory run by a Chinese student who'd been at Melbourne Uni for 9 years. And he'd done 3 degrees and paid top dollar for each of them. And of course, each time he was paying top dollar out front, they said, dude, have a degree. And he was going, no problem. And he drove around in a red fucking sports car. And they thought nothing of it because the motherfucker is paying, hundreds of thousands of dollars for a degree. And so if you can do that, you can drive around in a red sports car, no problem. And he had 50 fucking people working in a essay writing factory. And it was it was English speaking and usually local students who needed some dough, like $200 a go, who'd write another essay on top of the essay they were writing. Or there was one kid who was writing 14 essays a week at $200 a pop because apparently he needed the dough real bad. And what they do is they get 5 pieces of writing of the student they're cheating for, and they copy their style, and then they go and they hit the essay. But this computer program is, what it does is it picks up your word fingerprints.
Yes. Yeah.
You do have them. Your style is really fucking distinct. And the way you use words is really distinct. And this fascinated me as a ghostwriter because I used to ghostwrite for quite famous comics, I'll have you know. Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes, and I can't tell you who because that's the thing about being a ghostwriter.
Yes. For the kids out there, when you see those people on TV presenting shows and being funny and witty, an entire team of people wrote those jokes for them.
Well, there was always the joke about when Bob Hope went on the USO show one time. He only took 24 writers with him, and someone quipped, "Oh shit, he's improvising." 24 fucking writers on a USO. USO was what they used to do. They used to go around the frontline troops and entertain them for a couple of hours, because they've been fighting for a year often, out in the mud and the shit and the blood, and then they'd take them back down the line a little ways, not very far. They were usually pretty close to the front, these USA tours, and they'd give them a show, and it usually lasted 2-3 hours, and they had a fucking great time. They still do it. They did it for the Australians in Timor. They did it for the Australians in Iraq and Afghanistan. They take usually a couple of comedians, lots of musicians, and like an old popular musician. In Timor, they had the Angels, and they said, "Am I ever going to see your face again?" While the Reverend he was there, that the guy who was the Prime Minister, and General Cosgrove was there, and the Prime Minister, the Reverend, was going, "What are they saying?" And Cosgrove was saying, I'm really not sure. I'm not. And he was going,
I'm not sure if we have any non-Australian.
You fucking little bastard, you knew.
Yeah.
You little shit, I'm going to fucking find you. And when he died, they did the big retrospective. And Cosgrove said, yeah, he was a lovable rogue. And
A lovable rogue.
Sorry?
No, it's just echoing you. A lovable rogue.
Yeah,
I like that.
He'd met everyone in a VIP tent before he went up, and then he sang the song knowing full well who was watching. And the troops, but I mean, you do it anyway because the troops just went off. They went fucking off. And, everybody came out of there going, yes! I can feel fucking culturally adapted to it. Seinfeld didn't have team varieties when he went to college shows. Oh.
Yeah. He bombed really badly, and he's one of those old comedians who say, "Oh, college kids, they're too political correct. You can't say anything." It's like, no, you actually just weren't funny. You were doing 90s. You were doing 90s style humor to people who weren't born in the 90s.
Well, the thing is, I'm going to say it now. Everyone says, "Oh, I loved Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld," and I always said, "I'm sure you did, but he wasn't funny ever."
Those, the episodes that had this
guy, and that was all he ever was.
Yeah,
it's like when Jason Alexander comes and does a thing, he says, "Oh, I don't want to do
George."
What's George from
George
Seinfeld?
Costanza.
And like, that's why we hired you.
That's who you are. Yeah.
That's your act. That's your shtick. I know I do other things than that. That's not why we paid you the X amount of dollars and put you on a fucking plane. Because he usually only arcs up once he's on set. And it's like too late
when you're
now,
stuck. Yeah.
Right? And he goes, "Oh, I don't want to do that." And it's like, I don't give a fuck what you want to do. And people in Australia have said, "I don't give a fuck what you want to do. This is why we're paying you an extraordinary amount of money for a has-been." And an Australian director said an extraordinary amount of money for a has-been. He says, "Oh, I fucking am spewing. I'm leaving." And they said, "Go for it. Leave. Go. And feel free to pay us back the X amount of dollars and the X plus amount of dollars in your contract, which you've signed. And we know you've signed because we got you to sign it for just this clause. Bye. Get the fuck out of the trailer. Go now. And get your own plane home. And fucking get your own cab to the airport. Your luggage will not be sent on with you. You'll have to organise that yourself." And apparently pulled his head out of his ass and did George from Seinfeld. Because he realised he'd have to pay millions of dollars to the ad-making company that got him. And that's why they apparently like getting Australian directors and producers in Hollywood, because they fucking usually shout at stars going, "Listen, cunt, you're going to fucking get out of this fucking trailer. I'm going to kick your balls out of this trailer and you're going to do some work today." Now, this is a rumour. It's just a rumour, right?
Yes.
There's no way of fucking putting any credence to this at all. But apparently, what's the name? Australian girl married Tom Cruise.
Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman, right, was doing a movie. and there was a starlet who was acting up in another trailer,
Yeah.
and apparently she'd acted up for like a couple of days, and Kidman on the third day went, "Oh, fuck this shit," went up to the trailer, basically fucking kicked her away in the door, grabbed her by the fucking scruff of the hair, dragged her ass out and said, "Now listen, bitch, we're here to do a fucking job. My fucking pay packet would buy your fucking house. So get on fucking set and do some fucking acting or I'll kick your cunt in." And threw her into the acting fucking, the makeup trailer. And then walked off and said to the director, "I think we'll be ready in about an hour." And then just wandered off and everyone's going, shit. And apparently, she went fine after that.
Well, the one that always interested me with Baz Luhrmann, Moulin Rouge, the one that Nicole Kidman was in. There's an American actor who I had a lot of time for and had a lot of respect for. John Leguizamo is in Moulin Rouge. And I saw some interview once, and there's sort of this wide-ranging thing. And they brought up Moulin Rouge, and he just said, "I don't want to talk about that." And they're like, "What? There's nothing I want to say about that." And I thought, "Oh, what the fuck is that about?"
What happened there?
Yeah, so because they wanted to bring up Baz Luhrmann, and he's just like, "Don't want to talk about Baz Luhrmann," and it's something like, "What the fuck happened on the set?" Because there's not even rumors. I've never heard a rumor about what happened on the set, but it's like he clear, as you say, that Australian director thing. It's like he was worked in a way he was not used to being worked, and he didn't appreciate it.
You know who else worked him? The rumor says. Ewan McGregor worked him at the same time they double teamed him. Ewan McGregor and Baz Luhrmann get on really well. They're good mates. And apparently, this is all, again, I have no fucking evidence for this, but apparently he snitted at Nicole Kidman and Baz Luhrmann and Ewan McGregor went, no. Fucking went over him. And went right over him. And fucking apparently it was loud and it was real and it was a little bit more real than Hollywood likes. So he behaved for the rest of the shoot. And was apparently the modicum of politeness. And fucked off at the end, didn't go to the party.
Was not to be spoken of.
Exactly. And then out.
I like Nook's point.
After that, which is
after what you said about Nicole Kidman, Noog saying maybe she rubbed off on Tom Cruise might explain the outburst he had on set for the new Mission Impossible movie when some of the crew weren't following COVID guidelines. And someone recorded him just going right off like, "The fuck do you people think you're doing? This bullshit, this will shut down the fucking movie. Do you know how many fucking people are depending on this?" And he's just like, and he has read them the riot act. And
very similar to what I heard what fucking Kidman did. Very similar. She fucking went nuts. She went off. And she's going, fucking, you're fucking nobody and you're fucking the princess of the ball and you're not. Fucking shit together and do your work. Your pay packet is so much more than you deserve. You're not going to get any more if you fuck this movie up, I'll fuck you up. Maybe. Well, there's a little bit of Australianisms rubbing off on the movie industry. Apparently The Matrix did a lot for rubbing off on the movie industry because The Matrix 1 was shot here in Sydney. And they had a lot of help because Keanu Reeves is the world's nicest guy.
Yes.
And Carrie-Anne Moss is the world's most professional woman.
Yeah.
And apparently they would go, all right, we're going to shoot at 4:00 in the morning and it's now 6:00 in the morning. And so Weaving and Moss and Keanu would say, "Oh, we'll put blacks up and it'll stay night." And the crew, who's all Australian, have gone, yeah, it's going to be a long one. And the American crew who's come out have gone, we've been at work for 14 hours.
Yes.
And the fucking top actor's not complaining.
Mm.
Fuck. And the top crew isn't complaining. Fuck. It looks like we're going to stay here for 18 hours. And they did 2 22-hour shoots just because the techniques involved in that movie were so far and beyond anything anyone had ever done. And they had to get everything fucking, there was no look through the iPad at the scene. It was fucking watch the blue tennis ball. And you had to get it right. And you had to get it right again and again. And they had a thing called the Fat Rain. They had to do a fight in the Fat Rain. And they'd done this water which they'd put an oil in to make the drops bigger and to make them drop slightly slower, and so it looked great as it hit them. But if it came in their eyes or it came in their mouth and they blew it, it would ruin the effect. It's rain. You don't get to tell where it goes, and they'd do this and it'd ruin the shot, and they'd have to do the fight again. And apparently that was one of the 18-hour shots. And they'd stop every 2 hours and dry them off and get them warm and give them something to eat and give them a drink of something, and back in the rain they went. And apparently not one fucking time did they complain. Not one time. And they were laughing about it, did you close your eyes or did I spit? It was, you spat. Nah, you closed your eyes. Nah, you spat. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Oh, and they'd be back, and they were back. And physically, they're fucking fighting, on wire. I don't know if you've ever fucking thrown punches at a bag, but after about 4, you're fucked. And they're like doing this whole choreographed thing on wire, which means they've got to do their whole body to move around. And fucking it's on a harness, and a harness basically holds you up by your balls. It's not comfortable.
Can be very uncomfortable, yes.
And they didn't complain for 18 hours, didn't complain. And so apparently the Matrix had a lot of fucking ripple effect in the movies. And our friend Peter Jackson was going, because then they did The Rings, and he had mostly New Zealanders and Australians doing the crew, and no one fucking complained. Fucking no one complained. McKellar apparently went into someone's trailer and dragged him out by the hair and said, you're fucking working today. I mean, you're not fucking working today, because me and someone else are going to fuck you up the ass. You're fucking going to work. And the Hobbits apparently said, hey, he's the man. We're not fucking going to argue with him. And apparently this guy went, And apparently, I have no fucking evidence for this, but apparently Viggo Mortensen would not shout at people, but he'd have a quiet word. And apparently after Viggo had a quiet word to you, shit got done.
Yeah, but I was going to bring the big Viggo Mortensen story I remember from the set is the Helm's Deep thing. He got hit in the face with a prop sword, which broke his front tooth in half.
And you see it in the movie. You actually see it go.
Yeah. And Peter Jackson's like, shit, okay, we'll get you to the chopper. We've got to get some emergency dental work done. And Viggo was just going, nah, man, I can stick it in. And he was fully gonna just go and said, and Peter Jackson go, appreciate it, but we're putting you on a helicopter and it's actually going to get fixed, okay?
And they didn't know about it until after the actual scene. Viggo's gone, oh, can someone help me with this? I got to get it back in. And because when it came out, right, when the sword hit him, he felt it go and he spat it in his hand. And he had it in his hand. He was punching, right? And did the rest of the scene with his tooth out and there's blood coming out of him. And it looks great. And it's still a movie. And then he's going, oh, can someone help me with this? I just put it back in. And like, And Jackson's gone, not this time. Not this time. This time it's dental work. Yeah. Because that was after he'd broken his foot on the helmet and didn't tell anyone until they couldn't put the shoe on next day. That's how they found. Remember, he kicked the helmet.
Sorry, I found he didn't lose the whole tooth, but it's horrible. It's I'll see if I can.
Playing in pain. But apparently,
I'll
the helmet, and they didn't know he'd fucking broken his toe until next day when they were dressing him, and they said, "Your fucking foot is up." And he went, "Yeah, my toe's really sore. I think I've broken it."
Look at that. He's just fucking around on set saying, "Look at my broken tooth."
Broken tooth.
You imagine the average prima donna Hollywood type who'd be threatening to sue everyone and
oh my god, get my insurance, people. It's millions of dollars worth of my face. Oh my god, my face. My beautiful face.
But he's just gone, "Oh, look at my fucking tooth. It's fucking hilarious."
It'd be right. We'll just stick it in. It'd be fine.
Yeah. And that's what he was straight up saying. They could just glue it in and they're like, "No, we're going to put you on a helicopter and take you to a proper
You're
dentist."
going with Dennis, buddy. This time it's Dennis. Because, he'd broken his toe, didn't tell anyone, and he was limping, and they sort of had to get it out of him. "What the fuck have you done to your foot?" And they said, "You've broken that toe. It's up like a football. You're going to the doctor." And they sorted it. And he broke it pretty badly, apparently. And it stopped shooting for like 4 days. And he's going, "This is bullshit. I gotta get back to work." And they're going, dude. And he was like, "Hospitals."
All right, here we go.
Unlike other people that we don't know.
Yeah.
Can I be on TV? Because I'm in hospital. I'm fucked. Because we've never heard that before. Oh, that's right. Excuse me for a second.
All right, you're excused. Ooh, what the hell is that? I need to find. Sorry, I'm looking up drink recipes and then I'm just finding stuff that sounds really interesting. A milk caramel. What's that? Shelf-stable condensed milk is widely used. So enriches agave syrup with sweetened condensed milk made with peanut butter fat washed cognac. Oh my god, what, these people are crazy. So he's got a riff on an absinthe frappe, absinthe, lemon, creme de menthe, and condensed milk. Wowzers. Milk caramel has an unctuous texture. Wow, this is really wild. Using condensed milk in cocktails. It's a new thing. Ooh, someone else makes a sweetened condensed milk meringue to put on top of the drink. Add sugar and egg white. You can torch it to make it caramelized. Wow. That is pretty wild. Something worth considering, putting condensed milk in the drink. This recipe for batida: 2 ounces of cachaça, 2 ounces tropical fruit puree or nectar, 1 ounce. That's a lot. Fuck me, that's going to be a sweet drink. This is one of the most popular drinks in Brazil. I called the batida. It's 2 ounces of cachaça, which is like a Peruvian brandy. It's a grape-based thing. So okay, that's nice. But then you put 2 ounces of tropical fruit puree or nectar, 1 ounce of sweetened condensed milk, and 1 ounce of simple syrup. That is going to be a mad sweet drink.
Yes, it is.
Speaking of the 3 chins, you have a couple of them, and you're going to be bulking up a bit.
Where's it from?
That's Brazilian. That's
German Nazis. Nazis.
yes, actually,
They've
it's
got-
the
they
it's the
want to
escaped
think
Nazis who made it
it's
popular.
Lots of, it's the Alpine fear do it. I want lots of beef with Alpine feeling drink, and I want to shoot things with the rifle. Condensed milk, I think, und some brandy, und some Zucker, und some, that'll be how it goes. German speakers will go, your pronunciation's terrible.
My favorite
makes freedom doesn't mean you've got any right to fucking have a go.
Yeah. But my favorite thing about German speakers is how different the dialect is in the different provinces, and they'll all look down.
They give each other shit for it.
Yep, they all shit on each other.
Prussians look down on everybody. And
Do you remember the Sweets of Sin?
Sorry, go on.
Do you remember the band that I actually put the show on for my major project, The Sweets of Sin?
Yes.
Lead singer was German, and they had one or two songs in German. And I would say occasionally, Frank, what the German song, what's the lyrics actually about? And he's like, I'm being enigmatic and I'm not going to tell you. But had more than one German speaker at college. And I said, can you tell me what these lyrics are? And she's going, what is he even saying? What fucking dialect is this guy? And first she said he had a bad German teacher. I said, no, he's actually German, the guy singing. And she's going like, what dialect is he talking? That's ridiculous. And so then I went, oh, well, you got me, Frank. I thought I was going to get a translation, but I played it for someone and she's just like, what dialect is he talking? I don't. And as soon as I said, what dialect, he just exploded and go, fuck her. I'm not talking any dialect. She talks a fucking dialect. I talk proper German. And there's like 6 regional dialects. And they really fucking
really take their shit seriously. The Prussians think that everyone else is a fucking bogan idiot, especially the Bavarians. Those fucking Bavarian bogan dicks. Don't know. Which is partly why this is ridiculous, right? And you're going to think this is the stupidest thing ever. Goering in World War II promised Hitler my Luftwaffe could fucking smash Britain and make your invasion capable. Fucking Goering, Dönitz, the fucking commander of the U-boat fleet, commanded quietly his fleet not to stop any British warship coming anywhere near the projected flight zones of the bombers going over to hit the airfields, because Dönitz did not want that Bavarian cunt to have any success in the war whatsoever.
Yeah.
You're invading a whole nother country.
Yeah.
It's like saying, I don't want that New South Wales prick to have any success at all. I mean, you'd say that about Sydney.
Yes, you would.
That about Sydney, but that's Sydney. That's different. But it's like saying, I don't want anyone in New South Wales fucking having any fucking joy whatsoever. And apparently Goering used to get shit from all sides because he was Bavarian. And even the fucking Air Force, who were mainly Prussian, because remember the mounted cavalry were the ones who made the Army Air Forces in World War One, and in those days in World War One they were from Prussia. The Prussian mounted cavalry were the ones who made the Air Force, and he, of course, was this fucking interloper from Bavaria who managed to get into the Army Air Force. He was actually also instrumental in turning it into one of the world's first air forces, as opposed to a part of the army. Every other place was part of the army, except for Australia. Australia and Britain and Germany were the 3 countries who had an actual air force. Just a bit of trivia. And Goering used to get cop shit and not get fuel supplies. Fucking his logistics train sucked because they used to go, oh, not for that Bavarian cunt. No fucking way. And it's like, I don't know if you've noticed, guys, but you've got Russia to the north and they mean it. And you've got Britain, which you didn't put out. That spot fire's still going. And they're pissed. And they've got friends, which they've been cultivating for years.
Yeah.
Like a lot of years.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Yeah.
They can call on Australia at any time and send them anywhere, and they'll fucking go to their own detriment. They'll go. You know, if fucking blows my mind that they didn't take Britain, that they left it alone. You'd stop the whole fucking thing to take Britain. You wouldn't. Why they started Barbarossa without taking Britain? It's like, I'm going to go turn around this way with my asshole exposed. Please come and fuck it. Anyway, I talked to Germans about this and they go, I don't know. I fucking my fucking mind. I think maybe the syphilis was getting to him as his point. Maybe.
Yeah.
It was stupid. There was the stupidest thing in the world. They all say the Barbarossa was the turning point. The starting of Barbarossa was the turning point. They all say that's why the world is the way it is. Because Hitler fucked up that badly at that point. That was the point. They said he had another 4 years, people have told me, to take Britain. And he only needed, off the outside, he only needed 9 months. He could have just kept up the pressure for 9 months. They would have fucking starved and he could have just walked in. But no, fucking gave up, let him go. Britain went, you're fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
Bring on the grain. And they went, let's go fuck these Germans badly. And then I tell you what, there were parties when in Britain, I'm not ashamed to say it, there was parties in Britain when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. The Britons were celebrating in the streets, and there were parties in Britain when Barbarossa happened. The Britons were celebrating in the streets. They were going, we're saved. We are fucking home and hosed because now we're going to win. Because the Americans were coming in, no question, and the Russians were coming in, no question. And so they weren't on their own anymore. Because remember, for fucking good 2 years, they were on their own. And I don't know, you've been to Britain. It's not big. It's not a big place. It's got different languages in it. How do you do that? How do you go 20 kilometres and there's a different language?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, it's a series of conquerors, and the obstinate people who were left behind said, I'm not going to totally give up who I was. And so you get those accents and dialects that change every 5 minutes. But yeah, the actual languages, there's 4 commonly spoken languages, but there are the sub-languages as well, the Cornish.
This is what Patrick Stewart says. He said his dialect of the North is actually a different language to the most of the dialects of the North. It's actually a different language. It's not. It's understandable to people of the North, but it's actually not the same language.
Yeah, you'll love this story. Like, I'm always listening to the Blind Boy podcast, Blind Boy Boat Club from the Rubber Bandits, and he was talking about some of the patterns of Irish, even speaking English, not speaking Guelga, and because and being a little Irish lad, he didn't know anyone spoke differently to how he did. And he said they had an American exchange student stay with them when he was still at school, and he says to the guy because he thinks he might be going to the shop, and he says, "Are you going to the shop?" "So you are." And all the American heard was, "You just told me to go to the shop." You said, "Are you going to go to the shop?" "So you are." And he went, "Don't tell me what to fucking do. I didn't tell you anything. I asked a question." "No, no, 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 no. You said you are going to the shop." And little blind boy didn't really understand why the American didn't understand him. But he said his dad told him once, and he said, again, this is family folklore. Yeah, who knows? But he said because with the British occupying the area, and when they stopped you with guns, if you said the wrong thing, you would be arrested or shot or disappeared. And his dad said he believed that people came up with this particular way of talking because it confused fuck out of the English. And the English are trying to look for evidence that you're in the resistance. And you just say stuff that they don't understand and go, "Oh, well, you're asking about was it going there? So you are, and we're doing this, and so we'll be." And the English will just go, "The fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you saying?" All right, let him go.
And they let him go.
Let him go. He's clearly fucking mentally retarded. See you, Ray. Bye.
Yeah. So that
potatoes, not the mud. Bye now.
Yeah. That was Blind Boy's family folklore, that particular Irish way of talking was to confuse the English occupiers.
What I always loved was the British got the Welsh to go into Ireland to do the quelling, and they called all their soldiers numbers. So it was the number 46, number 48, and they did that effectively for security because Wales and Ireland aren't that far apart. And so instead of saying your name and easily findable address, they'd say 97, 98. But they said jokingly, the British said, "Oh, it's because if you say Corporal Private Jones, 15 guys turn around and go, 'Yes, sir.'" And so, they call them all numbers so that they don't all have to be called Jones. And that's fair because they're Welsh.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw it off and it falls into the sea. Who'd know?
Yes. I think
Cardiff anyway.
I don't know if I ever showed you this. I know I've told you about it. A comic, a graphic novel called Crazy, about an incredibly pivotal battle between the English and the French in the Middle Ages. And Warren Ellis wrote this comic. It's funny as fuck. So he's just taken on the persona of an English commoner from that period, and it's just all swearing and profanity. And he's just talking about and we're trotting around French because the fucking officers told us to. And then he's sort of trying to explain because they're different parts of Britain are in the army, and he's going like this, and he's got a map saying he's from there. Up there, Wales. That'd be fine if it wasn't for the fucking Welsh. And
shame about the Welsh. Wales is great. Shame about the Welsh.
Yeah,
That great sketch I heard from the Naked Vicar show, which none of our viewers will understand.
Yeah.
And there's these two Australian ladies, we'd call them Karens now, talking about how was your holiday in Italy? Oh, it was great, except for all the migrants.
Yes.
Fucking hilarious.
Oh.
Nice that they put a lot of that eye stuff in it.
A lot of garlic, a lot of oil in it. Yeah.
Yes. And the Naked Vicar show was where Ruth Cracknell had her start as a star. And she did this sketch about being a woman police officer in Brisbane. And the show starts, "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I shall read out this training report as my read out this training report aloud as my lips will be moving anyway. Today you will learn prostitutes for fun and profit, Nancy boys, or how to convince a young man to fucking police Queensland police crime."
Yeah.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And,
Can I go back and I just want to applaud the joke that was done so casually at the start. Because again, Ruth Cracknell, what a treasure. But just her saying, I'm going to read this aloud because my lips will be moving anyway.
Genius.
It's
Fucking
just,
genius. And it was a throwaway line. Today, you'd have people thinking that shit up. But
yeah,
that's a throwaway line to her.
Mm.
Just go, oh, fuck. If only
Ruth,
I had an ounce of that. Fucking yes.
Yeah. I'm going to look something up to get it right, but she is an absolute legend. Like, Australians might know her best for
Mother and Son.
Mother and Son. And that broke ground by first having an older woman as a central character in a comedy, and second, the fucking jokes were about being senile. And everyone's like, oh, can you do that? Can you do that? And Ruth Cracknell's going, fuck yeah, I can. People might think we're being mean.
She often said, can you? Yeah, I'm nearly having to. Trust me,
Yeah.
some of it's not jokes. Some of it's just shit I've done. And it wasn't. I mean, she was sharper than fucking Gary McDonald, who was playing opposite, and he was going through some tough times.
Yeah.
And she was the one holding it together while he was starting to shake and break it up. And he would start shaking during shots, and she would take scenes over to get him through it. Yeah. And so sometimes they'd be filming and the script would be just out the window and they'd be going, what the fuck's going on? And then she'd take the scene to its logical conclusion and feed him what he had to do, making it funny. And then he'd get through, and then he'd break down, and then they'd be stopping shooting for a couple of days as he went off to the hospital. Because he was a mess during Mother and Son. Because he has, he's still alive, isn't he?
Yeah.
He has
problems with anxiety.
Major mental illness problems with depression, and complications with depression.
Yeah.
And she was apparently the rock of the fucking show. Genius woman. Genius woman.
Yeah. Well, he was going to relaunch Norman Gunston a couple of years or a decade ago. And his whole thing was his behind the scenes guy was going to be like director, producer. And at the last minute, the commercial station shafted this guy because they didn't tell Gary McDonald, who then showed up on set and found out they'd fired the only guy he was willing to work with, and he had a complete breakdown and it was cancelled. He's just going like, I literally can't, and the commercial station are like, what? But money, and Gary's, but I actually can't.
I actually can't.
And, but what I wanted to look up about Ruth Cracknell to make sure I got it right, I wanted to get her age when she made the movie Spider and Rose, which I saw way back in 1994 when it came out. She was 71. That was her first nude scene in a movie. She did her first nude scene at 71, which is just like...
That was a good movie. My God.
It was. It was a very good movie.
What was the American movie that was the same sort of thing, the young and the old girl?
I don't know.
Troubled guy and the old girl, and it was very famous and fun. You know what I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about, but but the one I'm thinking about is from the 70s or 80s.
Yeah, but Spider and Rose was just so good,
very good. Just yeah. I mean, okay, you're probably never going to see it because it's probably not even available anywhere. Just some of the elements. Ruth Cracknell's in Spider is a kid, like young 20-ish apprentice ambulance driver who's seen some nasty shit in his traineeship, and he thinks he's going to burn out, like he can't face another road accident with dead kids in it and whatnot. And Rose, Ruth Cracknell, is an old lady, and she's involved in a car accident that kills her husband, and she's on a country road. It's a single vehicle accident on a country road, and the car rolls, and her husband's killed, and she's trapped in the car, unable to move, staring at his dead face for hours and hours and hours, and like, you know, flies crawling on his. So she develops a really bad psychological thing about flies. But anyway, the Spider's boss says to him, look, okay, you want to quit. It's all a bit intense in the city and whatnot. I'll send you out for this easy country. It's a transport job. You got to transport. All you got to do is transport this old woman from a hospital to a nursing home. It's just to clear your mind. And Rose is the most difficult person in the. She never does anything sort of awful or violent, but her years of experience enable her to use passive aggression to just wear him down. It's their interactions are, and it's, you know, Rose coming to terms with the trauma of the accident, and Spider coming to terms with the trauma of being a trainee ambulance driver and seeing horrible shit all the time. And they learn and they grow and they become. But it is a really good film. You probably can't see it anywhere, but you know.
Who did Spider? Who did Spider?
I don't know if he did anything else. Let me look. So Simon Bossell.
Yes, right. Because they did an interview with him and they said, so what did you think coming in? And he said, oh, I had my theatre training and I had my movie training and I had all that. And he said on day 2 of the shoot, I realised, let Mrs. Cracknell do everything and teach me everything and just do that. And don't fuck around. Just let her show you what to do. Do what she says and fucking behave yourself and you'll learn. And apparently he directs now.
He did a bunch of. I remember him. He was the lead in Joe's Jury, the TV thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did a bunch of stuff. And the last thing, he was on Home and Away for 10 years. Jesus. And the last thing he did was in 2010. So yeah, at that point he's got 30 years experience in the industry and he could do whatever he wanted, basically, I guess. So yeah, but he was and he's called Spider because he's absurdly skinny and long-limbed, which comes into play a couple of times. So he's like a daddy long legs with these absurdly long, skinny limbs. That's why he has the nickname Spider. But yeah, very good film. There was so many good Australian films came out in the 80s and 90s. But
yeah, they finally stopped doing movies about the fucking sad breakup of fucking baby boomer marriages. Jesus.
Yeah, and
Christ. That's all
really good comedies.
Fucking years. It's like,
yeah, just put Ben Mendelsohn in a movie and it's going to be good. He did so many good movies. There was a period, late 80s, early 90s, he did 3 or 4 really different films. In every one of them, he was a suburban boy, but he was a completely different character in each one. Like, it's like the level of nuance he brought to suburban boy. So the character was totally different in each movie. It's just like they've gone, oh, he was good in The Big Steal, and we've got this suburban boy character in this one. We'll get him again. And he does it completely differently. But they're all real suburban boys. Like, you go, oh, yeah, no, I know that guy. Yeah. Or you know, that guy is me, or that type of thing.
Yeah.
But
do you
he's
know
good.
I picked the actual movie when Australian movies went shit again was The Rage in Placid Lake.
That Ben Lee movie. I never saw it. Yeah.
It was pushed up as this huge, amazing thing, and I saw half of it. And I never see half of movies. I always watch everything to the end. And I saw half of it and went, this is shit. And I am never going to get that time back again. I'm going to stop watching it and do something like put a cheese grater on my cock, because I'll get more out of it than watching this movie. I can't stab my eyes because I've got to go back to work for Angry. This movie is the shittest thing I've seen in so long. If I ever see Ben Lee, I'm going to cut him around the genitals for just agreeing to be in it.
Yeah.
Apparently it was what they wanted to do was a funny bliss, and it just sucked from the outset.
Yeah.
Because he was born into the hippie culture and he goes and wants to be corporate.
Yeah.
And then he's forced back into hippiedom and hates it and stays hating it. No one grows, nothing changes, nothing. It's like watching Seinfeld being taped down.
Oof.
Watch Seinfeld until you understand what Seinfeld actually is.
Yeah.
And
Harsh.
then you go, and you know you're bleeding out your nose and you can't actually breathe anymore. And the Demerol's run out and the toothpicks that are stuck under your fingernails actually start to hurt. It's that.
It's that.
Maybe
Yeah.
that was a bit harsh criticism wise, but I think I'm allowed. I've seen some comedy that was just as bad. I saw an American group in Edinburgh who was staying with the Australians that got the Perrier Award. So they were good. And I saw their housemates, because, you know, they be fair and go and see a housemate show. And I went with a very big name in comedy in Melbourne. And we saw this American show, and he came out and screamed, "I am fucking never going to get that 2 hours of my life back again." And the Americans are in the change rooms that he's shouting at. I have never seen a shitter thing in my life. I have fucked men in the ass, and I mean they fucked me in the ass, and better art has come out on the sheets than I saw then. And he was fucking going off, and the show, it was an Australian show, trying to drag him away from the theatre because he was fucking furious. And I was thinking, everything he was thinking, I was thinking too. And when asked about it, this fucking crew from America was all complaining about the 12-hour flight they'd been on to get to Edinburgh. And it was like, you have no idea, 35 hours door to door from Australia every time. And they brought with them very well-made eskies of frozen food, right? And it was TV dinners, because they didn't trust the food in another country. It could make them sick. So they got TV dinners, and they got enough so they could live on TV dinners for the entire month that they were there. And one day, one of the girls in the Australian show went down the Cowgate on the market morning and got some veggies and some beef and some stuff, and she brought it back, and she was washing it and chopping it up, and one of the Americans came out and said, what's that? And she said, "Oh, I'm making stew for us all tonight, because we're having takeaway all the time and I feel like shit, so I thought a good stew would perk us up a bit."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, what are you doing? Where did those vegetables come from?" She said, "Oh, the market, the Cowgate. It's a farmer's market down there. They have it every Saturday morning." I didn't even know, because they were very near it. And this American said, there's dirt on it. And she said, "Well, yeah, that's where it grows, in the dirt. So you get dirt on carrots. That's what happens."
Yeah. Dirt on carrots. Oh my God. Hey, Abigail. Sorry. Good evening. Good evening, chat. Good evening, all. We're talking film at the moment, by the way. Just
Yes. And so
Heine thinks you're a bit quiet, but no one else complained about it. So Heine might be going deaf. So I don't know if you have a volume control at your end, but no one else complained here.
right.
So I don't know.
Anyway, so basically, she's watched her wash the dirt off this veggies, and they put it on. She's chopped it all up and put it in the pot. And later on, they've noticed there was a little black X on the pot and a little black X on the chef knife she used, and that was the stuff that she was using to cut up the dirty food.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So
Weird.
they were happy. They offered them some stew, and one of the braver ones took some and said it tastes really good, and offered it around, and the others were going because it had dirty food in it.
Yeah.
Because it didn't come in a foam fucking back with plastic on it and was shiny and peeled. It was all dirty food. And it was put in the dirty pot with dirty knives.
Wowzers.
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
Sorry, to go back to Australian films for a second, because I did hear I'm in no rush to go into a cinema with, the COVID possibilities. It'd be at least a couple of weeks, if not a month or so, before I'll go to a cinema. I want to see what happens with new cases over the next month, say. But there are two Australian films that might be good, both dramas. There's an Eric Bana one called The Dry, which is, some sort of cop crime thing. That looks interesting. And there's another one that I think is not out yet, but maybe soon. It's called High Ground. It's got Simon Baker in it, and it's basically dealing with the white fellas' habit of killing black fellas in Australia. And I think one particular black fella starts fighting back. And the trailer I've seen of that, like the summary is like, this guy is, I think he's in the military, and they're supposed to be doing something relatively innocuous, and it gets out of control, and so this whole like indigenous group get wiped out as a result of it. And so like he quits in disgust, but he gets called back in to help because there's this one particular guy who's taken retribution, and they think he might be able to help them catch him. So it looks like it's dealing with the rather morally dark area there.
Apparently, The Dry is from the Hunters and Collectors. Oh, this is what I hear. It's from the Hunters and Collectors song "When the River Runs Dry."
Right.
When the river runs dry, you will return to the scene of the crime.
And there's definitely something in it about returning, and he's investigating something, but he potentially did something in this town 10 years previously.
Interesting, because the song apparently comes from a real crime in Australia, because what happened a lot in Australia was people would get killed in the country and buried, but the rivers would then go into drought and the land would change and erode around the fucking bodies, and then they would be found. And it's like, why is this body on your farm? I do not know why this body is on my farm. It is
who's to say
for me, Mr. Policeman, that this body is on my farm, even though I knew her and had often argumented with her. That's awfully inconvenient. And apparently there was a case where a guy who'd had a fucking well-known torrid relationship with a woman, fucking her body was found at the eroded edge of his farm near the creek where it's softer digging, and he was obviously in the frame and it wasn't him, and it was just by chance that someone had seen him somewhere that he didn't get hanged. It was just by chance, and the cop investigating heard this guy talking about this story where this guy had done this thing, and he said, which guy? This guy's done this thing over at this rodeo or something, and it was fucking piss funny, and you had to be there, and he had the storyteller had no reason to fucking alibi this guy, had no reason to, and had saw him, and then this copper, you know, who knew there was a non-corrupt copper in Australia, fucking interviewed a few people, and they said, yeah, he was there. And then it all hinged on this fact that he couldn't be in two places at once. And then so he went to the station with this, and the station, again, who knew there were non-corrupt coppers in Australia, went, oh, well, fuck, that fucks our case. And, and then they did find the guy who killed her. And it was, and they buried her on this guy's property because it would look like him. And they buried her, thinking either no one will find her, or if we get a drought, it'll be him. And apparently it was all just, he was apparently for the gallows. He was fucked. He was all
not good.
And so apparently that's what the song's about. And I don't know if they're going to repeat it for the movie. If they do, it'd be a great story. It'd be a really great story.
Well, I did watch the trailer, and it was very good at darkly hinting of stuff like Eric Bana, the cop, is investigating something in this town he grew up in, and there's an undercurrent that he did something there 10 years previous. So, you know, and as Jimmy Jam says, Chopper fucking Reed, that was still the funniest thing in the world. Up until the movie Chopper, Eric Bana had been a comedian, and a not very subtle comedian, very broad, I'm going to be on this sketch comedy show comedian. And then who's he been cast as Chopper? Are they dumb? And oh my word, was he good at Chopper or what?
But then that was the same as gone.
Well, because he went on and did all those American movies where he's always a tough guy or a heartthrob or something, and it was always fun. Americans got to know Eric Bana and go, watch this, and show him being Poiter or something from old sketch comedies, and they would go, what?
But it was like fucking oh shit, remember her name, the blonde chick who was the mouse husband. And she nearly got the Academy Award for doing Animal Kingdom. What's her name?
Oh, Jackie Weaver.
Jackie Weaver doing that scene. The terrifying scene.
Oh, the most terrifying old lady Jackie ever Weaver in a movie.
Go, that's not right. It's not tricky. No.
You've done terrible things, doll. You've done terrible things.
Terrible things.
Again, we were complaining of how many years of shit Australian films. Animal Kingdom must be 10 years old by now. It's stunning. It is absolutely like the story.
She's done terrible things, and she's like gleefully fucking this. She's not even a spider. She's like this cat.
She's a cat. She's a cat batting a little.
Yeah, he's just batting his mouth about going, oh, you know you're dead. You know you don't you? And
for context, she's a crime matriarch who loves her terrible, violent, criminal sons, and her grandson, who is the offspring of her estranged daughter, has shown up because the daughter's OD'd, and he's late teens, early 20s, so he's 10, 20 years younger than his uncles, and she accepts him at first, but then because she suspects he might rat them out to the cops. She suspects that you've done terrible things, Dahl's speech. She is blackmailing a corrupt cop into murdering her grandson. And you see the look on the cop's eyes as he realized, wait, you want me to whack your own grandson? And she just backs him into a corner. And it's like, you literally have no choice. And this cop's going, what the I thought your sons were the bad ones. What the fuck?
Yeah. No. Behind the suns, there is always something else. I worked for a woman who was that. And I was in a very minor role, but I saw one of my peers get punished. And they brought all the drivers in, and this kid was sitting in a wooden chair in the middle of a room with plastic on the floor and plastic up the walls, taped up plastic. And we went, this is not good. And they kicked the fuck out of him, and I didn't know if he was alive or dead when I left the room. But the lesson was clear. You do what we tell you to do, and you get lots of money, and you don't do what we tell you to do, and bad things happen to you. The lesson was very, very clear.
Yeah. No, you had much more experience with criminals than I, but my one time talking to this one guy about the deal, and he just talked about how, someone tried to do this to me one time. He's going, don't get in that deal because I can see it's a scam. That they will steal the money. They're saying all these things as safeguards, that they won't steal the money. This is a scam to steal the money. I've seen it before. We had this thing, me and some other guys, this guy got it. It was almost the same, and he stole the money. And then paused for 2 seconds and went, well, he's dead now. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big deal. But this woman, the game was up. I was only working there for a while.
Yeah.
And then the game was up one day. And the cops had found something that led finally back to the family. And she, being the matriarch of the family, had to get out. And while she was getting ready to go, I had to drive one of the underlings out to the Canberra airport, and he was buying plane tickets to Sydney, then on to Brisbane and Darwin, right? Every 20 minutes while she was getting ready.
Yeah.
So that when she turned up, she
just jump on the plane
and go.
Because that's how things used to work in the olden days.
He must have spent $25,000. You could only get business class back then on business class tickets to Darwin. Just kept on buying them as the planes left. Next one, next one, next one. And it was on a busy Friday, and they were going, and they said, "Oh, is she here yet? No, not yet. Buy another one. Buy another one." And this is back in the days when you could buy a plane ticket without ID. And
the olden days.
He had me go out to the car and get another briefcase and another briefcase. These briefcases had cash in them. And he would just fucking put cash over the counter. And it was her and 3 others went with her. And the 3 others, they weren't there for show.
Yeah.
She apparently got on a boat, a nice boat, and went to Indonesia when she got to Darwin.
Yeah. Oh, good.
She's in Europe somewhere.
Yeah, as you do.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, it's lovely. That's a happy ending. I just say, Dingle Dirty wants to know if she can still say Happy New Year after a week. Of course she can. If it's the first time you've had a chance to say it to us.
Happy New Year.
Oh, and of course, back when we were talking about Banner, Abigail threw in, speaking of Star Trek, Eric Banner was the Romulan Captain Nero in the Star Trek reboot, and he was fucking good. He has my favorite line. He's just good every scene he's in, but right at the end, when the Enterprise finally gets the drop on him and he realizes, literally everything's going wrong, and he just screams at the guy in the room, fire everything! Yeah. just like, fire every weapon we have now, because subtlety is not going to work. Yeah, it's one of my favorite lines.
Just fire everything. There was that same line in Serenity, the Firefly movie. When the Firefly group have come from the planet and brought the Reavers with them.
Yes.
All of the Reavers have come with them.
All of the Reavers with them.
The Union's there, and the guy who's trying to get the Firefly people, and they see
Yeah.
the Reapers come out of the fog, and
Yeah.
they go, fire at what? Fire everything! Just
Yes.
fire now. There's
Just-
a lot of Reavers there, and they're gonna kill everything.
Yes.
And they do. It's
They
an
do.
battle that we don't get to see, but Joss Whedon is such a genius filmmaker. We get to feel every last bit of it. And the saddest line in the whole fucking series and movie is "I am a leaf on the wind."
Yeah.
And only people who have seen the movie will know what I'm talking about, and I'm not
Yeah.
going to ruin it. I'm not going to ruin
Although
it.
I have seen people do a terrible meme with a leaf stuck on a twig and captioned it, "I'm a leaf on the wind."
Oh, come on. Come on.
Yeah, not good. Not
Listen,
good.
I've got to go.
All right.
Love you, guts. See you later.
See you, mate.
Mwah. Love you all.
All right, so AZ's gone. I don't know if anyone else wants to play. Actually, that was, I love that. That was typical AZ. Could only be on for a couple minutes, and that was 2 hours ago. So it's nice to know he's still alive. So, because I do remind him often, if you don't hear from him for a couple of days, start to suspect he might not be alive. Just in case anyone wants to join the stream. Heine, the teeth look excellent. They're sculpted by professionals. Oh, cool. Abigail, you're going to eat? Because it's like 10:40 and I haven't made any cocktails. Can I be bothered to make a hot toddy? Because Monday's hot toddy day. So I'm either going to make cocktails tonight or tomorrow. So that's the big question. Do I make them tonight or do I make them tomorrow off stream? I don't know. Abigail, you just woke up. You're back to nocturnal. Oh, Annette, you just missed Daisy. Burma. Yeah. I think, and because he was full of energy tonight, so he's clearly on the AIDSy scale. I think it's fair to say he's at the better end of the spectrum. So that's a huge plus. We like that. We like that a lot. Right, I am going to do this. I was going to do my own version of hot toddy. Hot toddy day. Scotch. So your traditional hot toddy is just Scotch, hot water, some sort of sugar syrup, and boiling water. So it's a hot drink. And if you're feeling fancy, you can put spices in it. I don't think I have any cinnamon sticks here. Annette, where's he been? Oh, Stella, you just missed Daisy too. Ooh. He didn't actually say. I thought he was going to say, and then I forgot to ask because we were falling into all these other conversations. So I actually forgot to ask what had been going on because he was just going to say what had been going on, and then we got distracted with other conversations. So that's the thing. Oh yeah, Abigail, that's right. Annette, what, your toe, your poor big toe? Did you break it? It's Fox. How you doing, Fox?
Pretty good.
Good. What have you been up to today?
Not much. Just hanging out.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking because I'm thinking of making a hot toddy. Kirsten does it with imbue elixir, which I don't have, and twofold. But if you're recommending twofold, see, I was thinking because what you traditionally have is a whiskey and honey and lemon and like whatever that you want. I was thinking of and if you think twofold goes well. I think I'll do that. But I was also thinking Drambuie, which is like a Scotch liqueur that has honey and herbs in it. And instead of lemon juice, the limoncello from Okar, because it's super yummy and has honey notes in it. So I think that would be really good. Because that covers the herbal element and the lemon element and the sweet element. And I was just thinking, would I want to put I could, with hot water, I could just put a bit of honey in and stir it in. But if I don't think I need to if I put Drambuie in. And also this limoncello has real sort of honey. What are you uncorking there, Fox? I can just hear the uncorking happening. Hoorah! Yes. Is that a new old-fashioned or is that...
Yes.
I thought I recognised the bottle. Yes. Jimmy Jam, a wee dram. Dingle Doty agrees Drambuie is good, being a Scot, little biased. Oh, Kirsten, Elixir is Aussie Drambuie. There you go. I've got Drambuie. So I reckon if I go twofold Drambuie and limoncello, then that's my own version of a hot toddy, and that would work. I think I've decided, because some of the other cocktail channels on YouTube trying to do another a theme thing for Christmas. They had the Christmas martini challenge. You had to come up with a Christmas martini. So I cheated because I used the Tiny Bear Christmas gin that tasted like Christmas pud. So I didn't really have to add anything, and I just put some cranberry bitters in, and it went very red. It was very festive. But now they've got a spicy one. They think we should spice up the new year, and I invented a spicy drink for a friend about a year ago. I test drove it on the stream last night, and because when I originally did a recipe, I put vodka in, which just shows what a fool I was, because vodka is a complete bullshit element in a drink. So I remade it last night with tequila, and that worked. That was really quite good. So it was basically when I do it with tequila, it's like a modified margarita, because it's got a lot of the elements of a margarita with some extra stuff. So I'm going to make that. And just for fun, I was looking at random cocktail recipes, and I found one called Forbidden Sour. And I went, ooh, it's forbidden, is it? Well, if you tell me it's forbidden, I want to do it. Well, I like that, Kirsten. Mick, the distiller at Imbue, said he got sick of buying Drambuie, so he just made his own version of it. That's modern solutions. Modern problems require modern solutions. I like that. Stella wants to know the latest on the USA shit show. Trump threw all his supporters under the bus because he said, yes, we are going to prosecute them, which they seem super surprised by. Like, oh no, Trump shat on you. Who could have seen that coming?
Oh no, the president of the law and order president wants to establish law and order.
Oh, it's not even that. He doesn't want to. He's done it to protect himself because, as I was saying earlier, I strongly suspect behind closed doors, he was told, we really will 25th Amendment you and remove you from office, prevent you from ever running from office again, if you don't explicitly, unambiguously condemn them and say they're going to be prosecuted. And I've just seen people sharing stuff particularly from the right-wing social media, Parler and whatnot, these people who absolutely crestfallen that Trump sold them out. It was like, you guys aren't real bright, are you? That's what he does. He just shits on people. Stella, a cop died. A cop who had been attacked by the Trump supporters and injured actually died. So in total, 5 people died. The woman who got shot by the Capitol Police and thing. 3 of the protesters who've just had medical complications and dropped dead. One guy who apparently tased himself. Some people are saying he tased himself in the balls, which I think they're just saying that because it sounds funnier. Like he had the taser on a hip holster and was trying to pull it out and tased himself. And I haven't heard a report of exactly what the other two died of, if it was heart attacks or there could have been respiratory complications if they got caught in pepper spray, or they might have fallen because these dickheads were all climbing walls and shit. You only have to fall about 2 meters if you're unlucky. If you land on your head, a comparatively small fall can kill you if you're unlucky. So, yeah. And yes, and then as you point out, the crowd that killed this cop was waving their Blue Lives Matter flags. And it's just like, no, they don't. Yeah, and so everyone responsible for security is being fired or forced to resign at the moment.
They deserve it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because the funniest thing is because they're Trump supporters, they weren't wearing 99% of them weren't wearing any sort of mask. It's like you fire one round of tear gas into those people, and they'll disperse straight away because they can't breathe, and they've got no resistance to it. And it's clearly they were under instruction. Don't violently stop these Trump people, because it's like Trump is too stupid to understand the plan they had all along. The thing they'd been talking about online for weeks is if they don't get what they want, they intend to storm the Capitol building. They explicitly said that was their plan. And Trump either didn't believe that or didn't think it would play badly with the public. Because that's the other funny thing. They're all denying it. Now they're all saying there's actually Antifa people dressed up as Trump support, which is embarrassing as hell because none of them have masks on. So you can see who it was. And it's super embarrassing that they're saying that. And sorry, just every time I think of that one, I laugh. Because they spent weeks saying, we're going to do it. And then they went, here we are doing it. And then they're by that not being popular with the overwhelming majority of the country. And now they're saying it wasn't us, it was Antifa. And yes, Annette, that one particular shithead Republican repeated the lie. And it's because for some reason, the Washington Post ran a completely unverified story that later proved to be absolutely false. Someone saying this company's facial recognition software identified, known Antifa activists pretending to be Trump things. And the story was completely and utterly false. And why the Washington Post would run something that inflammatory with because the actual company, like they didn't generically say facial recognition. They said the specific company's stuff. And the company went public and went, no, that's not a thing that happened. That's not real. So, yes. Well, Solita, that you're saying find and arrest them all. What's hilarious is now the MAGA heads are perpetuating, and I think a chunk of them actually believe that it was Antifa. It wasn't MAGA, and posting pictures, identify them. And it's like, yeah, there's all these pictures of them with no mask on. Let's identify and arrest and imprison them.
For one of them, there's a picture of the tattoo he has on his hand.
Yeah.
It's the Dishonored.
The from a video game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right there on his hand. And they're like, and someone superimposed a hammer and sickle over, and like, see, it's a similar shape.
Yeah.
Then someone else was like, hey, chuckle fuck. Yes, that's the symbol from Dishonored.
Yeah.
Stop being a chuckle fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very bad. It's very bad. They are.
You saying chuckle fuck?
Yeah, chuckle fuck is a good word. I'm quite fond of chuckle fuck too.
So is fuck nugget.
Yeah. Have you watched? I don't know if you're a Netflix person. They've got
I have
that series.
Netflix.
Nicolas Cage talking about the history of swear words.
No, I have
That's
not.
they're little 20-minute episodes.
Hmm.
It's not literary, but it's an amusing diversion. Nicolas Cage like doing a documentary on the history of swear words.
Okay, on one hand, it's the history of swear words. I like history. I like swear words. On the other
Yeah.
hand, Nicolas Cage.
He's pretty funny though. He's just doing the serious. I'm wearing a suit and I'm talking to camera because this is a serious show. It's pretty good. Yeah, Abigail, I am finding it funny. It's like I did see someone on Facebook when someone was trying to be indignant and saying like, "Oh, you're acting like you're happy that these people died," and his response was just Joaquin Phoenix Joker gif laughing maniacally, and so I posted the quote underneath it. Go, yes, it's funny, and I'm tired of pretending it isn't.
Yeah.
I mean, that movie was so much better than I thought it was going to be because the writer director was just in the lead up to the release was just saying the dumbest shit that made it sound like it was going to be like an incel apologist film, and it wasn't at all. The central premise was kill rich people. It's like
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne's dad is a piece of shit who deserves to get shot.
Because a lot of right wingers and incels have glommed onto the Joker, and
Yeah.
they've taken his face paint, his visage, and all that.
Yeah.
But the new movie is like, no, he's what you guys hate. He's left wing. It's like,
It's that line, it's funny and I'm sick of pretending it's not, is when he's on the chat show and he said, I
Yeah.
killed those yuppies. And you think that, and Robert De Niro, the chat show, I said, you actually think that's funny? He goes, yes. And I'm tired of pretending it isn't. And there's one of the two great quotes he does there. And the other one is the big one. What do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like trash? You get what you fucking deserve. it's actually, the politics is really radical. But
yeah.
seriously, the writer-director was going around before the release saying the dumbest shit and really making it sound like it was going to be a MAGA incels are just misunderstood and blah, blah. And it wasn't. It's like he's his own worst enemy, that guy, because he also did, weirdly enough, he did the Hangover movies, and I know, right? It's weird.
I've never watched them. I just never.
Yeah,
I'm just like.
Yeah. In one of the promotional interviews, he was complaining that I think in the third Hangover movie, there were some lines he'd put in the script that the cast refused to say. I mean, like, because they were so offensive, and he's going, oh, it'll be funny. And they were going, no, it fucking won't. And I'm not saying it. And he got really up. He's going, oh, political correctness. And I go, man, I wish I knew what that line was and who refused to say it. Because... and he seemed really upset, like he'd put some incredibly offensive shit. And I'll just go out on a limb and I'll say, I bet it was transphobic, and I bet it was racist, and I bet it was misogynist, I bet it was homophobic. And he's trying to say to them, no, it'll be funny because it's so. And they just went, no, I'm not fucking saying that. And so he had to lose some lines because the actors refused to say them.
Yeah.
See, Stella, you love Joker. Yes, and it is annoying if people sook about it if they haven't actually seen it. And I have to admit, I had a bad feeling about it. Again, and it was just because of the dumb shit this writer-director guy was saying. Because he sounded like an asshole. And I went, oh no, these people... Like, if you were missing the subtext of the movie, the tabloid newspaper people are reading at one point has this big thing saying, kill the rich. I was just like, fuck yeah. Okay, cool. But yes. Yeah, nobody pointing out. People have a long history of condemning stuff without actually watching it or reading it if it's a book. And I was like, okay, I never watched and this is not a political thing. This is just a taste thing. Like, I never watched the Twilight movies or read the books because I don't need to lose that much of my life to something trashy. And people could argue, but you haven't seen it. Yeah, but I have to dedicate a huge portion of my life to confirming it's shit. I'm more likely to do it when it's a political thing. It's like, okay, people say politically this is bad. I would like to actually be informed before I remember way back when the book American Psycho came out, and they wanted to ban it in Australia, and eventually you could only buy it in shrink wrap, saying it was naughty. And I did read it, and I remember working with some of these guys saying like, no, it's just terrible. And I don't know, something tipped me off. He hadn't read it, that he was just going off like an opinion column in a newspaper or something someone had said to him. And I said, what specific bit of it was terrible? It's just terrible. But tell me a thing. Tell me a concrete thing in it that was terrible. And then it became obvious that he knew that I knew that he hadn't read it. And so he was looking stupid. And I read it and it was terrible. It was shit. Like Bret Easton Ellis, because he was this wunderkind. He had one really big book, the second book, and there was a movie made of the book that was pretty big. The second book kind of bombed and the movie definitely bombed. And he was desperate to not be out of the limelight. So he wrote this really extreme thing, and the writing was just really bad. Like, he's trying to get this idea that, oh, the serial killer Patrick Bateman is actually really mundane. And he does that by writing really boring stuff. Like Patrick Bateman's really into really boring shit mainstream music like Phil Collins and whatnot. And so there are whole chapters that are like a diary entry where he goes on at length at why Huey Lewis and the News are great. And it's like, you're meant to get, he's actually, even though he's killing people, he's very boring. And it's like, but don't bore me. Don't tell me that by boring me. Like, that's actually really boring to read.
Really, reading about a boring person is boring.
Yeah. A good writer can establish a character's boring, but not bore you as a reader. And what this guy did, he's just, oh.
I'm sorry. What Abigail just said just made me laugh.
Oh, it's not a coup unless it comes from the coup d'etat region of France. Otherwise, it's just a sparkling authoritarian takeover. True. Very true. I tell you what, the one thing I thought, besides the fact Bret Easton Ellis was a shitty writer, he probably should have just gone into porn, because the reason some people wanted to ban it in Australia is because of incredibly graphic sex scenes that also went into sexual violence. Oh, Fox had to dip out for a sec. That's okay. So he puts these really graphic sex scenes in. I thought he was actually pretty good at writing sex scenes. Like, he should have stuck with that. Like, dude, stop trying to be a serious writer. Just write porn. You're actually pretty good at that. But then, because of the nature of the book, it devolves into really gross sexual violence. That's why some people wanted to ban the book. And I do remember, in all the controversy at the time, a number of writers who were saying, no, don't go this book burning shit. Like, like, don't read it if you don't want to, but don't sort of do this book burning approach and banning stuff. Like, A, doesn't work, and B, is a bad thing to do on principle. And then you get these writers going like, oh my God, I hate the fact that I'm defending such shitty writing. They're going like, I'm making a defense in art is sometimes uncomfortable, but this is very bad art that I'm defending. And more than one writer did that. I thought that was pretty funny myself. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm just trying to think, if I make a hot toddy, people like to make it in glass mugs, like they look like coffee mugs. I don't think I have anything like that. Was it? I'm going to have a very quick look in my cupboard, and I'll keep a little dialogue up so you know I haven't gone anywhere. I'm just over here. No, I was thinking of these skull things I have, but they don't have a handle on them. I'll just have to use a coffee mug, I suppose. I don't have appropriate glassware for a hot toddy. Wait, I do! I fucking do! Oh, yeah! Okay, sorry. I don't know why I was so excited then, but I just got to reach into the cupboard and get this out. And it's right down the back because I didn't think I'd ever use it. God damn, what was that? Oh, I'm really worried. I've knocked something over and I don't know what it is. And I'm worried something's going to smash. And without looking... Oh, that's all it was. Oh, that's a relief. Okay. Oh, after all that. Oh, did you like my narration off screen? Look, I got a Jim Beam little stein. I'll use this to make a hot toddy. I'm going to have to wash it. It's been sitting there for ages. Safa, I don't know if GTA San Andreas was censored in Australia. It could have been. I know there was a bit that was cut out of the game. What they call it, hot coffee or something, because one of the little sub things you do with your character is try and date women, and if it goes well, she invites you back to her place, and then it just kind of fades to black. But the coders apparently originally did a sex scene, and the coders did a sex scene, and there was like a download thing you could do that enabled this sex scene. What did I drop? It was just it was the CO2 canister from my soda stream. I bumped it on the shelf because I had to. This was right at the back of the shelf, and I'm fucking short, and I was leaning right over, and I knocked over the CO2 canister when I leaned forward. You were 12 when that game came out. I never finished San Andreas, even though I loved the game, because it gets to this point where you have to fly a plane. And that is absolutely my weak point in video games. If I ever get anything in video games where you've got to do that all directions flying thing, I'm very, very bad at it. And I don't know, that's something to do with my spatial recognition. I'm just super bad at that. I mean, most recently, Far Cry 5 has some plane flying in it, and I'm just super bad at it. I'm very, very bad at it. And that's something that's been consistent for, well over a decade. So I don't know what it is that I can't wrap my head around movement when there's up, down, left, right, pitch, yaw, and all that. I just can't do it. I'm very bad at it. But I remember I had to stop playing San Andreas because there was a bit where you couldn't go any further without doing this thing in a plane. Oh, nice. Abigail, you learned to fly a helicopter in real life in your 20s, but haven't flown since. Ooh, huge if true, Safa. Battlefront 2 free on the Epic Store next week for PC. I think I'll download that if that's true. Safa, maybe because of because I got hit in the head with the discus. I don't think so, but who knows? Now, it's not motion sickness. I'm just... I can't work the controls properly when it's a flying simulator. I'm just really bad at it. So yeah, it's just the way it is. So I don't play flying games as a rule, but often games that aren't flying games have a flying bit in it. Abigail, it's more fun than flying fixed-wing aircraft. Did I tell the story on one of the streams that I realized I'd been having dreams that I was secretly going off and flying a light aircraft and in real life? And I woke up and this was quite recently, I woke up one morning and I must have been dreaming about it again, because I woke up and I'm in that half awake state, and I went, man, it's ages since I've flown my plane. I should go and do that. And then I was like, wait, do I have a plane? And part of my brain was telling me, yeah, you absolutely have a plane and you fly it and you get up to some wild shit in it. And I was going, and I just had to, I was only half awake and I had to really process through, is that real? I was so sure I had a plane and I'd been flying it. And I'm going, wait. And I also, and this was obviously in the dream, that there'd been some shenanigans where I was kind of secretly hiding the plane at an airport. And then I was going like, wait, planes are expensive. Even hiring planes is expensive. There would be lots of payments coming out of your bank account to pay for a plane if you were flying a plane. Have there been lots of payments coming out of your bank account to pay for flying a plane? And I went, no, that hasn't happened. So therefore I haven't been flying. And it was a real shock, like, oh, I haven't been flying a plane. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you cannot trust your brain, because it will do weird shit to you. And apparently now we're saying Goat Simulator is great. Annette, you asked, have you played Goat Simulator? I'm aware of Goat Simulator, but I haven't played it. Much like Untitled Goose Game. I have not played Untitled Goose Game. Oh, your Safa wanted to be a pilot in the USSR, but he failed the assessment, so he designed planes instead. Well, that's still pretty good. That's a fun bit of trivia, Abigail. There are more helicopter pilots in Australia than actual helicopters. Quite like that. Right. I'm just going to wash this. So I need the speed. A little cloth here. All right. All right, that looks good. I just thought this mug was a bit dodgy, even though it's been in the cupboard. You know how stuff in a kitchen, it's not just dust that gets in stuff in a kitchen. It's like this very fine coating of like oil residue, because, you fry oil and it vaporizes and it can settle on things, So I was just worried there was just residue on this. So, Annette, you watched Jacksepticeye playing Goat Simulator, one of the best bonding evening with your kids. You laughed until you were hoarse. That actually sounds really good. Salita, did topic change? My friend, topic changes quite rapido around here, and it can always change back. Yay. This is actually, it's more than a bit big, actually. Yeah, it's probably twice as big as I need it to be. So, okay. So Abigail, you had the same experience watching your son play Goat Simulator. So apparently, Goat Simulator is a good, funny bonding experience. That is good to know. All right. So if I make a hot toddy, if I kind of follow this recipe, it'd be 1.5 shots of whiskey, half a shot of Drambuie and half a shot of limoncello. And then a bit of boiling water. I do the old cinnamon stick, but I don't think I have any cinnamon sticks. Oh, another fun element of the weird thing. Scotland told Trump to fuck off. Yeah, I think because there were the rumors Trump was going to fly out of the country straight away with Biden's inauguration, possibly because he's worried about getting arrested. But Scotland said, no, you're not allowed to fly in here, which is fun. Fun thing that happened today, if you're not aware of who Kevin Sorbo is, he's a chud who got famous playing Hercules on TV in the 90s. And I think Xena was a spin-off series from Hercules. One was a spin-off of the other. I think Hercules was first and Xena was like a spin-off, but I'm not sure. But they had a bunch of crossovers anyway. Kevin Sorbo just turned into a real chud. He's very pro-Trump. And he's one of those ones who in the lead up to this bullshit in the Capitol was cheering it on, saying, yeah, this is it. This is real change. Woo, yeah, power to the people. And I'll interrupt slightly to say hello, Abigail.
Hello. Hello.
Why am I doing that? Just do that. There we are.
I literally have been in bed all day because of my now nocturnal sleep schedule. So I apologize if I look a bit bedheady.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry, I was just finishing the Hercules story. Kevin Sorbo is an absolute chud. Big Trumpo, and specifically with this thing in the Capitol, was cheering on like, yeah, today's when things change. Yeah, these are the real patriots. Yeah. And then when everything goes tits up and it turns out to be not popular and quite illegal, he goes, oh, that was Antifa dressed up and pretending to be Trump supporters. So he's one of those dumb shitheads. And so this thing happened. He posted on social media when some other conspiracy idiot posted the picture, particularly that guy with the horns on his head, who's a really well-known QAnon idiot.
Apparently, it's not Jamiroquai.
Apparently not. Jamiroquai hasn't got.
Yeah, everyone thought it was because the resemblance is very striking. Yeah. But Jamiroquai has come out and said, no, not me. Please stop saying it's me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The guy's about 30 years younger than Jamiroquai. But anyway, so some conspiracy idiots posted this thing of a known bunch of QAnon idiots saying, oh, do these look like Trump supporters or leftist agitators disguised as Trump supporters? And it's like, no, they look like Trump supporters. And Kevin Sorbo's like retweeted it saying, no, they don't look like patriots to me. And then Lucy Lawless, Xena, has swept in and responded, no, Peanut, they are not patriots. They are your flying monkeys, homegrown terrorists, QAnon actors. They are the douchebags that go out and do the evil bidding of people like you who like to wind them up like toys and let them do their worst. So, like, all of Twitter's cheering on Lucy Lawless at the moment for just body slamming Kevin Sorbo verbally.
Yeah. That's great. She can body slam me anytime.
Yes, well, she's I think most people would be on board with that. So, yeah. If the non-gay gay icon.
Yeah, yes. 23 Brody man, please don't use ableist language. I agree with your sentiment, but yeah, please don't use
Yeah.
ableist language like that.
It's just stupid. We don't. It's
Yeah.
stupid encompasses it well. So I've always liked I think it was from one of the DC TV series where they went into multiverse stuff, and when they're in one of the bad places, someone says, "This is the darkest timeline." We're just in the stupidest timeline.
Yes. Yeah.
Multi-dimensional time travel will come here and go, "Oh my god, it's this one! Oh my god, what's like living in this shithole?"
Yeah. Oh God, take me away, please.
No, Salita, no. I'm sure Gabriella was never actually with Sorbo. I'm sure I'd know that if that was. Yeah, Safra, I think that was the Flash that did that one. But yes, the Gabriella Xena unspoken is the never declared gay relationship between them.
Yeah. Yes. And so much cosplay to that effect.
Oh yes,
So many couples did the Xena and Gabrielle cosplay, and it was great.
Very popular.
Land of the free, home of the stupid.
Yeah. Yes.
I would hate to be like an intelligent person living in the US because the reputation is well deserved. And sorry.
It's got to be terrifying to be there and see this shit, because these clowns, you think they're going to be discouraged? Well, actually, a whole bunch of them are going to prison, so that's one thing. But they got what they wanted. They stormed the Capitol. They're legends. They did hold up the verification of the Electoral College votes. They got almost everything they wanted. I mean, there are photos of one scary motherfucker who's actually carrying a gun, and he has a bunch of zip ties on his belt. It's the thing that cops... So that looks very much like his goal was to take hostages.
Damn.
That's scary.
Yeah. They did confirm the electoral results though. Like eventually,
yes,
didn't
they did. Eventually it did happen. Yeah. And also most of the Republicans who were saying, "I'm going to object," after that they were too embarrassed and they were like, "I'm not objecting anymore." So yeah, it's just all a bit awry there. Brody man, thank you for the apology. You'd had some whiskeys, you slipped. I'm cool with that. You listened and apologized, and that's all that's needed at this point anyway. So yes,
just a simple apology and vow to not do it again. It's all good.
Yeah.
Same with any that's the good way of being called out. Just apologize and learn from it, and don't make a big deal.
Yeah, and particularly if you've got particular language patterns that you don't even necessarily hear what you're saying, and if someone says you just said a slur that means this, and you go, "I did," and like you actually pulled me up the other day, and I went, "Yep, no, fair call." That is, I wasn't even consciously aware that when it clicked into the sentence, and it's like, shouldn't say that. It's actually there's a long history of persecution of Romani people and travelers in the UK.
That's the one I hear the most actually, and I call that out when I hear it, and 9 times out of 10 it's taken the right way and people actually change their behavior. But it's so ingrained. Like I've caught myself saying it at times, and it's just like you grow up with this being in the lexicon, and that's just what people say. And now that we realize that it's bad, like it's just I mean when you grow up like that, it's a learning curve, but it's an important one to acknowledge.
This is a fun one that's not on the scale of a slur, but it's a pattern of speech that a lot of people go, "What's the problem?" using male terms that you assert include everyone, saying dude.
Yes, saying dudes and guys and yeah.
And
I mean,
that takes a bit of training.
Yeah. It does, and often, like, I'll use it, and sometimes I do mind that people do it, but sometimes I don't, and I don't know. Like, that's a really tricky one. That one, like, you have to really pay attention to context and
It's not one I'm going to jump all over people for, but when people say, no, it's, in California, dudes, gender neutral. My favorite podcaster, Blind Boy, he says lads all the time. He said, someone asked me about that on Twitter. That doesn't seem right. And he said, it's an Irish thing. I just refer to everyone as lads. I said, do you, Blind Boy, do you fuck lads? Because if you're going to fuck lads, then it's gender neutral. If you of the heterosexual variety and you see a bunch of women at the bar and go, I'm going to pick up that lad on the left, then it's gender neutral. But if there's a large group of people and you just say lads and say that's gender neutral, not really. Like, I made someone really mad by saying that once, the dude thing. I was like, do you fuck dudes? And they actually got really angry. And I'm going, you said dudes gender neutral. So you must fuck dudes. And then they said something about me being homophobic. I said, not homophobic. I'm just pointing out, as a gender neutral term, it's gender neutral if you fuck dudes, okay? And hey,
yeah.
And
oh no, my game crashed. Sorry. There's this YouTuber that I watch. He streams. He does Magic the Gathering content, and he like would always say like hello chaps or hello gents or like he would always use this male term, and every time I heard it, I would type in the comments gents or chaps or like in quotes and just one word and leave it at that. And eventually he started saying hello chaps and like 1.7% female viewers. And he started doing that, which I can accept that. That's fine. But like, it just goes to show, like, maybe he should, because of the small percentage of viewers that were actually female.
Yeah. But in that context, he is basically saying, yes, I was excluding anyone who's not a chap. He's basically saying that I was actually deliberately excluding anyone who's not a chap. But what's that? This is a massage. Oh no! Fox has shared a link to the leopards eating people's faces subreddit.
What?
Which is a reference to a joke, a meme that someone said. I never thought the leopard would eat my face, said the person who voted for the leopard eating people's faces party.
Yes, in reference to Trump, yeah.
Yeah. And so there's a subreddit called Leopards Ate My Face.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, this is a fun one. Someone actually wrote, in the end...
go on.
Sorry, what were you going to say?
I was just going to respond to Nettie asking about gender neutral word. There are tons. People. Yeah. Folk.
Yeah.
Like
folk is one I'll use. Or just everyone. Like instead of
everyone,
welcome
humans.
Welcome everyone.
Yep.
Welcome motherfuckers. That's that's gender neutral.
Lovers. Assholes, yes.
God, you just remind me that the Lonely Island song that Justin Timberlake sings. And the song's called
Island?
Mother Lover. And they're like, and you think they're going to keep it clean because they're going, they want to have sex with each other's mother, and because they're going, I'm a mother lover, you're a motherfucker, and then they just go, how about I fuck your mother? It's like, oh, okay.
There's 3 songs that they did with Justin Timberlake that are they make a story, and that I think is the second one.
Mm.
The first one was oh god, probably Dick in a Box.
Mm.
Rat Bags and Rapscallions. I like that. That's great. Near Dwellers.
Ne'er do wells.
Yeah. So yeah,
dear.
Dick in a Box, Mother Lovers, and oh god, what was the other one?
I don't remember.
Yeah, but yeah, you watch them in order, and they make a story. Well, not a very coherent story, but like there's sequels to the first one. It's not Jizz in My Pants. That wasn't done with. Although he made a cameo appearance in that one, but Justin Timberlake, it wasn't one of those ones. So I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I was doing too. Justin
okay.
Timberlake and Lonely Island.
So there's 3-way with Lady Gaga.
Oh, the Golden Rule. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. The Devil's Threesome.
Yeah. Don't make eye contact.
Yeah. So Dick in a Box was the first one, and then Mother Lover, and then 3-way.
God, that just reminds me. Do you remember those stoner movies with the? You've got to be careful. American. He's an Indian American. He's an American comedian. Carol.
Yeah, the White Castle.
What the White Castle movie?
Harold and Kumar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the sequel, Escape from Guantanamo Bay, where they smoked dope with George W. Bush.
Yeah. I forget which one it is where they end up with hillbillies, and the hillbilly wants them to both have sex with his hot wife, and she is hot, and they're negotiating it, and Cal Ripken's say, he's just going like, okay, but I want it to be like we're at opposite ends, like not vaginal and anal at the same time, because I don't want our balls to touch.
Jeez.
But they're just negotiating it. He's just going, well, if we're going to do it, it's going to be like, like we should do it because it sounds good, but I just want to do it this way.
Yeah. That's
Bag.
Colloquially known as a spit roast.
Yes. Oh, we had the spit roast conversation earlier with getting
really?
an endoscopy and a colonoscopy at the same time.
Oh, yeah, we did too, didn't we? That was yesterday, I think.
Oh, well, I had it. I did say it because I brought up colonoscopy yesterday, and then Aidsy was here tonight, so he could basically repeat the story. How he said to the medical staff, "Spit roast," and they,
yeah.
She goes, one in each end. Whoop.
Yeah.
Although he said the funny thing that I hadn't thought of, that they went to a lot of trouble to say, this one does the colonoscopy and this one's the endoscopy. And you notice they're totally different. They look different. And so you're not going to get the colonoscopy one down your throat. Just everyone worries about that. But you see they're really different, which I just thought was hilarious. But,
yeah.
Sorry,
looking at the chat.
Yeah, no, you answered that question. Apparently, Justin Timberlake wasn't on a boat. That's one of my favorites.
No. That's great. Yeah.
If I ever, I very rarely am on boats, but if I'm ever on a boat, I just can't stop. I have to go. I'm on a boat, motherfucker.
Yeah, I went to a friend's 30th, I think it was, and it was a surprise party that her sister organized on a boat, and we were all boarding, and you know, one of those river cruises kind of thing down the Yarra.
Yes.
And I noticed that the captain of the boat was a trans woman, and so I went up and said hello. Of course I did. And during the conversation, I mentioned, because they got music playing, and I asked if we could play requests. And no shit, the first thing she said was, "Yes, as long as you don't request I'm on a boat," because she had been requested it so often.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's exactly what I wanted, but I didn't. I held my cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I have to admit I have a bit of a soft spot for Lonely Island songs. The old classics, Jizzed in My Pants, and mostly just because that sounds like a Pet Shop Boys song. I just love how it kind of sounds
Yes.
like Pet Shop Boys electropop.
Yeah.
And and even just because they're speaking the lines, not singing, it's very Neil Tennant with we went to a film, as I recall, it was a horror film.
Yes.
It's just such silly lyrics. It's really good.
Yeah. But yeah, every time I'm on a boat as well, I'll like take a picture, post on Facebook. I'm on a boat, motherfuckers, in the deep blue sea.
It's very hard to resist.
I know.
Yeah. In fact, I don't even try to resist it, really.
Yeah, just go with it. It's fun.
All right. And Fox is back. Yay.
Hey, Fox. Hello, Fox.
I have returned.
You're in the dark there.
Yes, I had a friend wanting to talk to me about important things.
Yeah, that's good.
Sorry?
I had a friend on Discord wanting to talk to me about important things, so I...
okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Fair.
So,
Yes. I knew you'd find that thing I put in the private chat funny, angry.
Oh, God.
Face thing.
Yeah, this one. In the end, Trump cost Republicans the presidency, the Senate, and the House. The son of a bitch actually did it. He made America great again.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Funny.
And they got a picture of a Republican congressman cowering in fear at a coup he helped create. He was still in the chamber when they were bashing on the door of the chamber.
Yep.
Yeah, I showed another friend of mine that one, and she laughed at it.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that subreddit is going to be funny for the next week.
Yeah. Oh, this is another one I've seen as well. That absolute cretin Tommy Lahren posted back in November. If real Donald Trump were to lose, he won't. His supporters will go back to work tomorrow, just as we do every day. When Biden loses, his supporters will likely loot and riot. Tells you everything you need to know. And someone's just replied to it, "Hey, Tommy, just following up on this."
Yeah. Hey, Tommy. Real talk. How's that working out for you?
Yeah. The hypocrisy is real.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, very, very, very real. So there is a gold mine on this thing. It's like Ted Cruz being interviewed by Fox, and someone's captioned it. Ted Cruz complains about Democrats wanting him arrested for sedition. Says everyone needs to calm down after he quit sedition.
He's one of the main ones who is saying Trump did not lose.
Yeah, no, he was the one saying he wanted to contest the election, egg them on.
But he's not a conspiracy theorist or, pro-Trump or anything. He just thinks there might have been something kinky going on.
Hey, so I've Jimmy Jam. Who was necessary? Are you talking about Trump? Because I don't think it was necessary at all.
No, I think it's really sick and fucked
even
up.
a little bit.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw it. I keep scrolling through this thing and seeing things that make me see. Like someone who I think is a stand-up comedian from their icon said, "Wow, that lady broke into the Capitol and got to meet Ronald Reagan on the same day." Because they're both dead.
We should not laugh at this. This is
No.
a woman did lose her life, but on the other hand,
Oh, yeah.
Were the people who died, were they Trump supporters? I assume
yes,
The woman got shot because she was in the group that was banging on the door of either the Senate or the Congress. And that's where there was this dramatic photo from the inside of 3 of the Capitol cops with their guns drawn. And they're clearly saying, get away from the fucking door or I'll shoot you. And they didn't. And I think only 1 shot was fired, and it happened to be a fatal shot. 3 of the Trump people died from medical conditions. I don't think we've really got a clear idea of what happened. And 1 cop was actually killed by the Trump people.
And that cop, funnily enough, Trump supporter.
Of course he was. Yeah, Brody, man, it's the old play stupid games, win stupid prizes,
And
fuck around and find out.
medical conditions, we know what medical conditions. Type 2 diabetes.
Well, well, one guy tased himself in the balls and had a heart attack or something.
That joke. That was a very poor taste joke. Bad Fox, don't do it again.
Yeah. Well, it's really hard to not make bad taste.
Yes, I'm jealous of Abigail having an apple pie. I wish I had one right now. Although it looks like, based on the packaging, a McDonald's apple pie thing. I mean, it's Macca's.
Oh dear. There's also video of some Proud Boys attacking someone who has a thin blue line flag, like the Cop Lives Matter flag, and they've just decided they don't like that anymore because they're getting arrested.
So yes, that was an apple pie from McDonald's. It's
Jimmy
a secret
Jam
shame of mine.
raises a point. This is why he said he was necessary. Trump exposed the errors in extreme right-wing ideology, hopefully for the last time.
No.
They didn't need exposing. Like, everyone knew they were bad.
He's made literally everything worse, and he's laid the ground for someone far more ruthless and intelligent than him to take advantage of it. And there's a couple of them waiting in the fucking wings. Everything about Trump was bad and wrong, and no. I mean, I actually see where you're coming from. I just really vehemently disagree.
Same.
Yeah.
But
no, everyone knew it would be bad, and it was worse than we thought. And it was not necessary at all.
Yeah. Oh God, someone's also done that Ballad of Lester Scruggs first time meme. For those who've never seen it, it's a Netflix movie that is actually pretty good. It's actually a series of short films set in the American Wild West, and in one of them, it's been out for a while, so this is spoiler alert. If you haven't watched it yet, you were never going to watch it.
I don't want the spoiler, so I'm turning my mic down.
Okay. So and
I can hear you. I'm good.
Okay, so
I do plan on seeing it at some time.
A character at one point is going to be hanged, but the rope breaks, and so he gets away with it. And then he gets caught again later, and he gets hanged. And he looks to the other people and he's smiling, and everyone's sad because they're about to get hanged. But he sees how upset they are, and he goes, first time. So you use that.
I've seen that meme. Yeah.
Okay, so Abigail, you can put the thing on the head. You can that makes sense. Put the thing on the head.
Well, I gotta get if I'm holding something.
No, look, I'll soon. Look, that's how long my hair is. I'm holding hair here. You know, I'm almost able to. I could do a sad middle-aged man ponytail. I could pull into a ponytail. I could do a top knot if I wanted. I could.
Nice.
It's long enough.
I tried a top knot once and it gave me a headache. So
Yeah, pulled it too tight. Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, initiator. We were supposed to get Lisa Simpson to replace Trump, so oh my God, I almost said it again. Can you guess what I was saying? We got, and I was going to say it again, and I caught myself. So, yeah,
Yep.
Geez, that's how common it was for me to say that.
But also in that episode, Trumpet died.
No, that's not true. Okay, no, there was no mention of him dying. No, there was a one-line mention where she says, "As you all know, we inherited a massive deficit from President Trump," and he's never referenced again. And the next time they ever had Trump in was after he nominated for president. And the reason you're confused is because several shitheads on the internet used grabs from stuff that was put out after Trump was running for president and claimed it was from an old Simpsons episode. I don't know what it is, but when people make shit like that up, it tends to make me really angry.
Really, angry Aussie gets angry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, see.
Also, there's another reason I'm confused.
Which is what? Oh, yeah, that would be a reason to be confused.
That was my third drink.
Having a couple of tablets that would confuse you. So
I am not drinking tonight.
No, neither am I, actually. We've gotten to this stage and I haven't...
Oh, really? I spent all last week just drinking too much. And this week I don't want to.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Yeah. I've just got to say, it's like, it's midnight and I haven't made it. I don't want to start drinking now. Jesus. I was going to make some cocktails, but I'll just make them. I've got to have one ready for Monday.
Make
so
mocktails, mocktails.
Oh, yeah. I could have see, but then again, if I drink anything with volume, then I'll have to get up in the middle of the night to pee.
Don't want that.
So yeah, I just won't drink anything. But because like I said, I don't want to start making cocktails at midnight. So I wanted to start making at 10 and still be making them at midnight. That's different. It's just if we've got this far without me drinking cocktails, I just won't make any. Although I could.
Hello, Megaleech.
Hello, Megaleech.
Fruit juice wouldn't be bad. Hi, Megaleech. But yes, we did get ripped off by not getting Lisa Simpson to replace President Trump. Joe Biden is a fucking weak replacement.
He's just
he is
establishment
nonetheless. We got Trump. That's a victory. Now
and the other thing is, because of his advanced age
and someone better.
His advanced age and apparently quite frail state, he does not look good, in my opinion. I'd actually be kind of okay with the other Trumpy conspiracy theory coming true, namely Biden dying or leaving office and his vice president
Kamala Harris.
I mean, she's a fucking...
Sorry?
She's a fucking cop, and she's done really heavy crime and punishment things in the past as a prosecutor.
Are you saying fuck the police?
I'm saying ACAB, motherfucker.
I'm saying I agree.
Yeah. Oh dear. Sorry, I was just thinking of the way Jay and Silent Bob do it in one of those movies where they're just like doing a doo-wop version of "Fuck the police." Fuck the police. But anyway, so but what I like about Kamala Harris is she's said really aggressive things about the sort of legislation she wants to put in, and it's just like, and there's a bunch of "fuck the Republicans" legislation she wants to put in.
Yeah.
You know what? I might forgive you for all the cop shit if you actually do that. Like, she is, from the conservative mainstream wing of the Democratic Party, but she has made some really aggressive statements on, oh yeah, I'm going to go with a bunch of "fuck the Republicans." Initiator.
Initiator said, "Disregard the constabulary, my good
Yeah.
man."
So. That's a funny one, Megalich. Biden could die and Harris could put Sanders in as a VP. Yeah, but the establishment fucking hates Bernie Sanders.
Okay. So something funny one of my friends shared with me, and it is apparently the etymology of the word fuck. It is an acronym.
Okay,
For
I'm going
fornication.
no, but it's not. But you say it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fornication under consent of the king.
Yeah, not true.
Okay.
And that's where you got to go and watch Nicholas Cage History of Swear Words, because they come out of the gate hard. The first episode's about fuck, and that's what we call a backronym, where someone decides a word should be an acronym, and they come up with one for it, and they tell everyone that's what it always meant. And that's another thing that makes me want to stab people in the eye, quite honestly, because just people making shit up. And again, okay, you weren't making shit up, and lots of other people. And I heard that so many times. I looked it up and found out that it was true. And I don't mind if someone's like been misinformed, but someone along the line just absolutely, completely, deliberately fabricated that. And again, if I get my time machine that has like AI in it that gets me exactly where I want, it would be to 5 minutes before that person makes that lie up. I'll shoot him in the fucking.
What if it was like he or they made it up and they didn't intend for it to be taken as truth, but then like they kept telling people, "Oh, wouldn't it be funny if that's what it meant?" And just someone thought, "I wonder if it like Chinese whispers." It just along the line, someone thought it was real, and
no, but I'd still
nobody's
kill the original person who did it.
I feel
Or
like nobody's one better.
oh, that was for unlawful carnal knowledge.
No, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Quote Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
He was a wise man. He knew what he was talking about. So. Oh, Megalich, you think after they invented it, made that shit up, they went on to cure cancer? No, they are cancer. The person who did that is cancer. And, I'd go. Initiator, who knows what time travel does? The thing is, the only thing that makes time travel make any sense at all is multiverse theory. And that also makes time travel pointless, because if multiverse theory is true, you go back and change something, you just created a new timeline, but the other timeline you were in still exists.
Yeah.
And
you didn't change that timeline, you just created a new one. So the thing,
all laws of physics so far that we've discovered point to time travel being impossible unless you're going forward in time.
Yeah.
Like I assume you're talking about going back. Everything everyone has ever discovered, even wormholes. Like wormholes are so unstable that you have to travel faster than the speed of light to get through it before it collapses.
Is impossible.
Yeah.
At this point in time.
And it requires negative mass, which is theoretical at best.
Impossibility.
And getting back on the film thing, and this was an Australian-made film, best ever time travel paradox movie, Predestination. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Can't really tell you anything without giving it away, but it's about a secret government agency that does time travel to try and fix things.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
Yeah, it's got Ethan Hawke in it. They basically say, "Oh, you think time travel is a paradox? Let us take you by the hand, and we shall turn that paradox up to 11." And nobody's joining us. Hey,
hi, nobody.
On the multiverse thing, I am in agreement with it, but not to the extent some people are. Like, some people use the example of you picked one thing for breakfast over another, that changes the timeline. I don't believe that. But major things definitely, I think, would split the timeline. Like, there's one where Hitler dies in World War One. There's a timeline split.
Yeah.
Someone worse takes over.
Yeah, but there's also the sliding doors thing. If something as simple as missing the train because the doors closed before you got on it, and so something huge happened because you didn't get on the train, or something huge failed to happen because you didn't get on the train. So it's you don't have to be important just because it's like, the butterfly flapping its wing idea is like, I might never be anything amazing in my life, but what if my great granddaughter does something absolutely earth shaking? If I did a tiny thing like not ejaculating into a woman at that particular time, this thing that happened in 100 years would never have happened, and it was a literal world-changing thing. So that's where, if you're going multiverse, I think the whole way, like, I think it's impossible for human brains to really concretely understand how it would work. I think you can abstract it and say, well, like every second it splits off and everything's different.
It's every Planck second, every time some quantum particle goes this way instead of that. Because the universe, there's no such thing as determinist. A determinist universe, when you take quantum theory into account, there's like literally an infinite number of multiple universes out there, and a lot of them would be just almost exactly the same as what we see now.
I'd have to imagine,
except like a thorium atom, like decayed, or it didn't over here, and it's just it boggles the mind. It's fun to think about, but
What were you going to say, nobody?
I'm just thinking, I imagine, what Angry was just saying there about, the different courses of action. Going along that theory, the whole multiverse thing, there's probably quite a lot of universes out there that don't have any of us in them because there's certain courses of action that just would not have led to our existence.
Or just like other universes where certain constants are different, like the cosmological constant, the strength of gravity. Well, that's the
and that's the thing. That's the thing that shits me about the Star Trek mirror universe things, because those are like my favorite things in Star Trek. I love evil Star Trek people. I love it, but it makes no sense. It's like, so it's a complete alternate universe, and at this exact moment in time, all the same people exist. They're just evil. It's like, fuck off. That makes no sense.
I mean,
if you're going to go down that road, I suppose it's possible.
Like, that is possible. It's highly improbable, but given that there are an infinite variation of different universes, there will be one that is exactly like that. And in Discovery, in Star Trek Discovery, they touch upon the fact that the Star Trek timeline and the mirror universe have branched off somewhere in the past and are slowly creeping apart, which, I mean, it makes sense because events are different, but that they're somehow linked. And so
no, it doesn't. It doesn't make any. That they don't have infinite universes. They have two, and it just makes no sense. And I just willingly suspend disbelief because that's one of my favorite bits about Star Trek. But if you don't suspend disbelief, it's dumb as hell. But if you do
True.
suspend disbelief, it's super cool because you get to see them all being
Yes.
evil. And I love that.
Yeah. Well,
What would it-
I'm currently through. I'm up to season 7 of my DS9 playthrough, and I just watched the last of the Mirror Universe episodes with Esri Dax in it, and I love Esri Dax so much. She's so cute, and seeing her in the Mirror Universe making out with all these chicks is just that's my sweet spot of Star Trekness.
Yeah, and okay, and that brings up another thing that shits me. It's like all the same people exist, but they're evil. But they kill them. They kill a bunch of those characters. And it's like, oh, so only these people get killed now. None of the billions of people in history who had to exist to have these people exist, none of them got killed any differently. But it's like, oh, it's dumb as hell.
Wow.
It's absolutely dumb as
Yeah.
hell. But
You
again,
get to
suspend disbelief because it's some of my favorite bits of Star Trek. Like even in
Back to the grandfather paradox.
yeah, and Enterprise, which was by far my least favorite Star Trek, but their Mirror Universe episodes were fucking awesome.
They were so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loved. I don't think they
Amazing.
resolved it at all, but I really liked it.
No, even to the point where like they had an alternate opening credits and music.
Yes, the fascist
And-
opening credits. That was great.
Yeah. Yes. They just went all out on it and I loved it.
Yeah, very good. So sorry, nobody. You were going to go grandfather paradox.
Yeah, oh, everyone here must know that one by now.
Yeah.
For those of us who don't,
Yep.
You go back into the past and you cancel your own existence by murdering your grandfather before your father is conceived or something.
Yeah.
And of course, you either end up in a loop or you exist on a parallel timeline. That's pretty much the only way
Yes.
paradox
Yeah.
functions. Of course, assuming that somehow we've contradicted everything scientific we know by time traveling to begin with.
Yeah. You can't kill your grandfather because then you wouldn't exist. So you can't go back in time and kill your grandfather. So it never happened, and you get in that feedback loop of contradictions.
And maybe I'm being pedantic here, but wouldn't you be able to extend that to doing anything that involved changing something in the past?
Yeah.
If somehow we contradicted
much.
the
Yes.
laws of the scientific principles we understand and traveled back in time, doesn't that create a paradox if you change anything? Because then it hasn't happened for you to want to
Even
change
just
it.
the act of traveling there, you've displaced like oxygen and nitrogen molecules. You're already in a parallel universe.
Yeah.
There was a classic sci-fi short story. I forget what it's called, but it was one of the first notable bits of sci-fi to address this. Scientists I know what you just saw, Abigail. Did you see what Brody
So,
meant?
yeah. I am
Scientists-
very jealous.
Yeah. It's funny because
You
I'd seen
being
it.
a huge
As soon as I
Trekkie.
saw you pull that face, I went, oh, I know what Abigail just saw.
There was
yeah.
made in the comment there about when everyone evil in ours is good and everyone good is evil. If that was possible, if you could go to a place where all the good people were bad and all the bad people were good, maybe we could send all our bad ones there and take all the good ones. Then we just have all good people. And
I
all
wonder
the bad
if
ones could take each other out.
in that universe where literally everyone swaps alignment, whether we'd be like living in an awful capitalist hellscape or not.
Yes,
We
that's a
already
good question.
Makes you
And
wonder
I never
because all the,
explored that.
no, because like I mean we are here, but we're in a universe where like nasty, evil, or just plain greedy people don't rise to the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
What kind of society would they live in?
There's something much more paradoxical that solves the problem of the human greed factor, and that is people actually waking the fuck up and voting for proper leaders instead of re-electing Tory fascists.
Yeah.
Now that one, I think we'll see time travel before we see the end of that shit happening.
Well, quite possibly.
I
Um,
mean,
In other words, people will keep voting for Tory fucking fascists because people are dumb cunts.
guillotines.
yeah. So yeah, and the sci-fi story I was talking about that's from somewhere between the 30s and 50s. It's quite old classic story. Scientists invent time travel, and so they go like right back to the dinosaurs, but they've got this thing that hovers or something. So you can't touch anything. You know, we don't want to affect
Oh,
anything.
that
And-
short story was great.
Yeah, and they're looking. This is fascinating, and then they go back to their own time, and everything's completely different. And they say,
Oh,
"What the fuck
he
happened?"
literally stepped on a butterfly.
Yeah, he looks. There's a crushed butterfly on the bottom of his shoe, and
Yep.
that's what happened. And that one thing over a couple million years created a completely different future.
Don't the Simpsons satire that at one point Homer
Yes, Homer
modifies
does.
his toaster? And he does
Yeah,
that constantly.
that is based on that classic sci-fi
Yeah.
story. People don't
I mean-
realize the intellectual depth
Yeah.
of some of the early Simpsons. There's none now. There hasn't been
His
for 50
ones were ridiculous. Like, there's one point where donuts don't exist,
Yeah.
but it rains donuts.
Yeah,
That
and
would
that's what I
kill
love.
me.
They
Oh.
really
Yeah.
went with, well, if you take multiverse seriously, some of them are real fucking weird. And,
Yeah.
and he certainly ends
To
up
be
in-
honest, you have to have a pretty high IQ to understand early Simpsons.
yeah. Oh, I got that reference. I got that. You know,
I'm glad someone got it because otherwise I just looked like a pretentious asshole.
but you know, that's a reference to a Rick and Morty post. But the guy
Yes.
who wrote that, he was shit posting, and everyone took it seriously. Thought that was a real Rick and Morty fan saying you have to have a great IQ to appreciate Rick and Morty. And when it blew up and it was shared all around the internet, like Rick and Morty fans are dickheads, the guy went, "I was shit posting. How did you think that was real?" And people were like, "Dude, have you met Rick and Morty fans? It's you
Yeah.
didn't sound like an exaggeration." You
Two
just-
words. Szechuan sauce.
Oh my
Oh,
god, I want
God.
to kill all those people who did that. But this is the thing.
I'll be-
I like Rick and Morty.
I need to just go for a sec. I'll be back in
All
a
right,
bit.
we shall wait for you.
Yes, we shall wait for you.
But that's the worst thing. I like Rick and Morty. I rewatch Rick and Morty episodes multiple times because I really enjoy them. And then it's like, oh god, it's like people associate me with those horrible Szechuan sauce people. And I swear to God, if you could have improved humanity like that. There was that one awful video where it was like, I just realized it's like that they stormed a McDonald's and they were jumping on the counters and screaming at the staff and going like wubba lubba dub dub. And it's just like, man, you could have improved humanity if you could somehow have just taken all of them out of existence. And sure, harsh, I know, but
Tell you what, any person who thinks that we're basically in a computer simulation, I bet there's a lot of people going, "I wish I could hack into the controls and
Yeah.
just go over and delete a few characters."
yeah, be all nice. Yes,
Totally
yeah.
would.
Yeah, we if we're a computer simulation, it's like a high school kids end of term assignment. It's not very good.
Hey, so I have to go. My fibro pain is just kicking my ass.
I thought that
and
was.
I don't want to be. Yeah, I don't want to be like in constant pain while I'm on stream. So I'm gonna bid
That's fair.
everyone
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Have a
good
go.
night, and I'm gonna like, yeah,
After yourself.
do other things. But yeah. Take care.
Lucky to go.
Take care. Okay. So, an L3. Hello. Just give him the chat. So yeah, it's as the term that's become popular in the last 10 or so years, the fandom, which we just called them fans before. But Jesus, some people are so toxic. It's just like people who say they're Star Wars fans but don't seem to understand the central premise of Star Wars. And why are you saying that Nazis are bad? What do you think the analogy was in Star Wars with the Empire? For God's sake.
The main soldiers of the Empire are literally called Stormtroopers.
Exactly.
Hello.
It's really funny. My knowledge of history was so bad when that first came out because I were a lad when it first came out. I was actually unaware of the Nazi soldiers being called stormtroopers. And in class one day, we read an extract from Anne Frank's diary, and it was titled "Night of the Stormtroopers," and we were all like, "Ah, it's like Star Wars." And we're, oh, they actually called real people stormtroopers. We had no idea. And my stove's doing its buzzing thing. I have to shut it off.
Yeah, and there's a reason all the battles look the way they do. This, the trench run is
Yes.
actually done after the Dam Busters,
Yeah.
famous Air Force squadron.
Yeah, and as Pugwash is saying, the Imperial officer suits look very much like the Hugo Boss Nazi uniforms. And it's like it's not even subtle. And I mean, I possibly, definitely worse than saying that they don't like social justice in Star Wars is people saying, "Oh, what's all this political correctness and all the different races in Star Trek? When have they done that?" I went, since episode 1 of that was the whole thing of the original series, having everyone from different countries and different races. And wow, how did you miss that? And
the eye see what it is intended to see, and the person sees what they want to see, and
worse still,
what they don't want to see.
Worse still are the people who say it about Doctor Who. Oh, why are you doing all this politically correct stuff with Doctor Who? And like, motherfucker, you don't watch the show, because if the Doctor had a business card, it would say social justice warrior. It's like, that is what the Doctor does.
If you ask the Doctor how they identify, I swear they'd say they, them, because they've reincarnated so many times.
Yeah, and they started bringing it to the fore. Like they were incredibly obviously building up to a female Doctor for a number of years, because they made it explicit that Time Lords can regenerate with different racial characteristics and different gender characteristics. They made that explicit. So they were obviously
probably a black trans lesbian female trans woman Doctor out there.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm here for them.
I find it,
and I want them to be in the mainstream.
I find it almost amusing when you hear fans getting grumpy because you can't have that. It's just, you can't have the Doctor being this. It's just, this isn't possible and that isn't possible and that just doesn't make sense. You know, you're talking about science fiction, don't you, Artard?
Yeah, it's like
wake the fuck up.
Nothing makes sense.
Anything is possible because it's fucking imaginary, you fucking cocks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did like, I think it was what Peter Capaldi had the line, I forget which of his companion said something about gender, and the Doctor says, "Oh, please, the Time Lord culture has existed for 1 billion years. We outgrew your primitive notions of gender millions of years ago." It's like, ouch.
Does it burn?
Yes, Solita, Missy was the best. Like, I honestly haven't really liked any of the modern incarnations of the Master. I haven't hated them, but I haven't really liked them. But then Missy came out, and I was like, this is the best. Missy is the best baddie. It was just like, and because it really brought home the Doctor and Missy were best friends, and Missy is the Master is really a product of Time Lord society. What they did when the Master was young is what turned the Master in the direction they went in. But Missy was, just the best. She was great. One of my favorite bits of the recent years. And that was also, they were very heavily telegraphing there. See, we made the master change gender. You know what's coming, don't you? It's just like,
Tell you what,
yeah.
I reckon there'd be a lot of transgender people around the world who wish that science fiction stuff was true and that they were Time Lords.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because then you can
But
come back in the right body. You know, you can, you know what I mean.
I'm not
Regenerate.
sure that they get to choose it though. Like it's just a thing that happens.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hadn't thought about that.
There was a good bit in like Peter Capaldi's big finale, the 2 episodes Heaven Sent and Hell Bent, when he's essentially at war with the Time Lords, and he shoots the Castellan because he knows the Castellan will regenerate. And the Castellan he shoots is an old white man and regenerates as a young black woman. And when she gets up and looks at the people around her, she goes, "Oh, thank God, I'm a woman again." And just looks at the guy who's next to her and goes, "How do you function with all that testosterone constantly burning around in your system?" It was such a funny line. It was just like,
There's an answer to that, but it would sound. It's very hard.
Yes, regular masturbation is the answer. It's good for your prostate too, apparently. So yeah.
So I'm told.
Yeah.
Maybe I should get a little plaque on the door: "Do not disturb. Medical masturbation in progress." As per prescription.
That would stop anyone from coming in the room. That's a good sign to put on your door if you want privacy.
Angry. It wouldn't stop anyone from coming in the room. Nobody would be in the room.
I like it.
I actually had a high school mate who joked about getting that joke. He said that sign. He said, "When I get to my 30s, I'm going to put a sign on there saying prescription." I can just imagine you. Imagine people start taking that more seriously. You start getting medicinal pornos from the chemist.
Well, apparently
medicinal pornos because you need the stimulation to rub one out. It's for the prostate. It's necessary.
they do that in the sperm clinics. Apparently, they go, "Here's a selection of stuff that might help you along the way." And you know how Facebook
replies, "Hot dog, paid for something I'd do for free."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how Facebook does the your memories thing. On this day years ago, you posted this. I actually quite like that. It reminds me of things, and sometimes I'll repost them and say, "Oh yeah, this happened 5 years ago. That was good." There was one recently that I didn't repost, but I almost did because I found this article. It's like in Japanese, sperm donor clinics. It's going, "Oh, they've introduced this machine that you stick your dick in, and it's got this rubber thing that massages your dick to make you ejaculate into thing." And it's like, for men who find, the idea of masturbating to collect too embarrassing. And it's just this weird machine with a hole in it with these little rubber nodules in there that you stick your dick in. And I'm going, yeah, that looks a lot less embarrassing than masturbating, honestly. Like you walk out thinking,
malfunction.
Oh, exactly. But even just, you want it to be less embarrassing. You just walk out and at reception they go, "So you fucked the machine then? You stuck your dick in the hole?" And it's like, how is that less embarrassing?
Yeah. I remember that when I was at high school, which is a fucking long time ago now, there was a joke used to get around, what's the worst thing about being a test tube baby? And the answer, of course, is knowing your father is a wanker.
Nice. Oh, I like Stella's point. Sure, there's some social commentary to be made about the shitlord fandom accepting a female Time Lord who's evil but can't handle a female Time Lord hero. Because that's a thing.
That's a good point.
Because Missy was widely accepted. Yeah. Hardly anyone complained about Missy because Missy was such a good character. Noog, that sounds like a fun job. Noog's wondering, do they just have a random porn collection, or is someone curating the collection and says, "So, what is Sir in the mood for today?" You know.
Creating images I never expected.
I know, right? I know. And Salika, humans be weird. Yes,
Warping
we
my
are.
fragile little mind.
Humans be very weird.
Yeah.
Yes, Safa, I have heard the rumors that Jodie Whittaker is leaving at the end of the 3rd season because that's the most common time span for the current doctors to be in it 3 years. But I don't think it's official again. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it goes. I mean, it's so disrupted. Like, no Doctor Who all last year, and we got the one episode, and it still must be borderline impossible to shoot Doctor Who in the UK at the moment because of all the restrictions. So who the hell knows when new stuff's going to appear? Like, where the fuck are the American shows shooting are they just ignoring COVID restrictions?
Probably.
Because, like, you know, Disney's talking about bringing out like 5 new Star Wars series, 5 new Marvel series, a whole bunch of movies, and it's just like, the fuck? How are you doing this? It's just, aren't there restrictions?
It's a good question.
Yeah. They just got Tom Cruise shouting at everyone to not break COVID restrictions. You just have a recording of that and just play it over loudspeakers on the set every day. Okay? Don't fuck up, or we're going to bring Tom Cruise to do this in person. So,
Yep, that'll keep him in line.
was that L3 doing The Walking Dead from episode 1? That would take a long time. That's wild. Again, speaking about things that have been disrupted, the last season of the Walking Dead, there hasn't been any new episodes for like a year or something because the shooting was disrupted. Dingle Dirty, Series 13, I assume you're talking about Doctor Who being reduced to 8 episodes, about halfway done filming before new lockdowns. You're hoping the writing's better because they don't have to have as much filler. Who knows? There is always 1 or 2 episodes in each Doctor Who season that's pretty dodgy. Which one it is kind of varies depending on who you ask, because some people hate particular episodes that other people love. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Oh no, you want Disney to do more Tron? Yeah, I mean, the original Tron was really good. The sequel from a couple years ago wasn't terrible. Had very good stuff in it. I got a good laugh when Daft Punk were actually in the nightclub within the computer world, which is the perfect place for Daft Punk to be. Yeah, it didn't quite do it for me, the Tron Legacy, but it wasn't terrible. As the thing, who knows what Disney are going to do, man? They seem to have more money than anyone else on the planet. And was Legacy 11 years ago? Really? And I thought, was it really 11 years ago? That seems crazy to me. Let me go. Tron 2010. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. That actually did my head in a bit. Tron Legacy came out in 2010. Wowzers. That's full on. That is absolutely full on. What are we coming up to? 12:30. God damn. I think I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Yeah, I've been really good and haven't drunk any booze tonight, which means I'm going to have to make videos another night. But that's okay.
Yes, I'm not allowing myself very much alcohol anymore.
That's a good
I had
idea.
3 drinks.
Yeah, you were covering for us, Fox.
I have
Granted,
had
there were small
I have
drinks.
had
I
one
mean,
glass tonight.
whiskey glass.
I allow myself on a Friday night no more than 3.
That's good.
Any other night, no more than 1.
No, that's fair. Yeah,
And not without company.
yeah,
You were on here. You had company.
yeah. It's very rare I don't drink on a Friday night, particularly staying online for this long. But it's just the way it worked out tonight. So, yeah.
I'm trying to curb other things I eat too. I mean, it doesn't show on camera, but around the middle of me, I'm starting to get a bit of a spare tire, and if that keeps getting bigger, I'll be able to take it off and fit it to the fucking car. So,
Dear.
you know, I'm going, yeah, that's got to go.
Yeah, that's fair.
My body.
I've got a whole beanbag here. So,
Yes, you're going from angry Aussie to more of the teddy bear kind of look.
yeah. It's I could blame COVID, but it's really just that I'm a lazy bastard. But anyway,
No, it's COVID.
I'd say angry. You're probably suffering the same thing I am. That looks nice. I'll eat that. Oh shit.
yeah. My suffering is I'm very
It's called a
kind.
seafood diet.
Yes. It's
Well,
also
eating in shape,
Seafood
round
needed.
as a shape.
yeah.
Exactly.
It's just I'm very kind to myself. I don't like to be mean to myself. I'm a very kind person,
You
particularly
need
when
to
it comes
do
to
the
me.
reverse version of that cake is a lie video.
Yes,
You go to eat the cake and go, oh, the cake's a lie.
the cake's gone. Oh dear.
Cake's alive because
I
it
imagine
doesn't
most of
exist
the
anymore.
people in the audience here have seen that clip. The clip with AD.
Yes, my special effects extravaganza.
I was showing one of my mates that earlier.
Yeah. Oh god, that's what you do when you're really bored. You do stuff
Won't be
like
doing
that.
much hanging out for a little while.
Why is that?
I'm in the lockdown zone.
You're in the exclusion
It's
zone.
our turn.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, with any luck, it is only this weekend. Like it's just they obviously they want it as a circuit breaker just to see if there are any more cases.
Yeah, it
And-
seems cutting it. I would have thought. I mean, as much as it's a tremendous inconvenience, I would have thought it would make sense to actually extend that a bit longer. And the fellow residents are probably going, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But seriously, if we just 3 days, I don't know if that's really long enough to be safe.
It depends. It's all going to depend on what they discover in the 3 days. It's like this is like a circuit breaker. Do as much testing as possible.
Yeah.
And if that testing doesn't reveal any spread, it's like, cool, we did that emergency thing and we're all cool.
Yeah.
But if you uncover a bunch of cases, it will get extended.
It only needs one person not to get tested who ends up getting sick later. That's what I'm concerned about. Because what's come back here is apparently 70% more contagious. So
Yes, that's
basically, really, really fucked. And I personally think that's worth sacrificing more freedom for now to avoid sacrificing much more freedom later. If we'd have done that in the first place, we probably wouldn't have had the billions of dollars spent on trying to keep a dying economy alive.
Yeah.
Because we would have picked up and recovered sooner.
Yeah. It's the lesson that's been learned. Act early. Just act early. And if you don't, you pay the price.
The stages of lockdown, I personally think, were far, far too slow. If we started getting wind of it spreading around China and getting international, and we'd left our fucking borders open. What a dick move. We should have had those borders shut and started.
We were also on fire.
Yeah, that didn't fucking help.
No, we went from on fire to on lockdown. But like what?
Yeah, with
a
no
month?
sense of moderation, have we?
It was like what, a month between the two phases. 2020 was not kind to us.
It wasn't, and it doesn't. 2021 doesn't seem to be off to the greatest of starts.
It's off to a better start. We're not on fire.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you that point. That's true. Definitely give you that point. That is a good way to look at it. We're not on
Although with
fire.
all
I
all that
mean, the
rain we've been
landscape is still
having,
scarred from the last one.
Yes. And I worry because with the La Nina and it's getting all this extra rain,
yeah, all that
um,
rain.
Yeah, it's
that
going to have
the
problems.
obstacle.
next fire season is going to have a bunch of new growth to work on, which I'm quite worried about. But
That is a
anywho,
legitimate concern.
yeah, I'm going to bed tonight.
guess.
So see you